Welcome back to my channel. My name is Ray, and we are here to watch episode 5 of season 1 of the Vampire Lestat, or season 3 of Interview with the Vampire, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call it. All right, so last episode, episode 4, we had kind of I don't want to say a slowdown, but we were coming off of episode 3, which was like such a big episode, and we had we had Armand's I guess amends tour. Where it's like partially sincere, but clearly partially manipulation. Certainly in the Lestat and Armand scene, definitely manipulation happening there. But he's also trying to reconnect with Daniel, etc., etc. And then we also got kind of Lestat's exploration of when a continued exploration of his relationship with Gabby, and how he feels about her in the past and how he feels about her in the present, abandoning him constantly. And then of course she returns at the end and is like, yeah, this great conversion shit is super important, and and basically talks him into it. So we're going into this episode, I guess, with that as our final kind of moments. So we'll see what we get here. And then, Daniel is, Louis, now I want to talk about Louis. Louis is now in some kind of weird arrangement with Regina, who looks like Claudia, and there's only one way this can go, and it's terribly. I think we're all aware of how terrible this is about to be, so gear up, I guess. Honestly, I don't have a lot of time. I'm actually not filming this on Sunday. I know, right? I actually wasn't able to film on the weekend for a variety of things that I'm not going to get into. And so I actually have to wait until right before I'm supposed to release this. I'm supposed to release this tomorrow, so I have to film it. I have a little time off right now, so I have to film it, and then I have to edit it, and then I have to put it up in time for tomorrow, and then I have to go to work tomorrow. So so we're trying to do this all in a single afternoon, evening, but we'll see. So I actually have been in like social media blackout for like a week. So I haven't been able to, see how people felt about episode 4, because I missed filming for episode 5 right after. So I know there's going to be a ton of spoilers for episode 5 out there. So, but them's the breaks. All right. I'm ready to get into this episode. I don't have a lot of time today. I don't know if I'll be doing a 3-4 hour video like I've been doing the last couple times. So, because I don't know if I have time for that, but we'll see. All right, let's get into the episode. Let's go.
Again.
Okay.
I spent half of 2 decades in the silken embrace of a chestnut casket
So they're
purchased for my French Quarter townhome, before it was hurled off a balcony during one of Mr. Dulac's redirected moods. Again.
What exactly
Redirected moods is a crazy way to characterize him being angry after you beat him half to death.
Okay.
I have slumbered in a variety of sarcophagi over
Redirected
the centuries,
moods?
but if I
What
had
a crazy thing for him to say. That's a crazy thing for him to say. A redirected mood? Like he didn't throw that off the balcony because you were trying to come back after you beat him half to death and dropped him from the sky? What a wild thing for him to say. And you're saying this, and he's saying this in the future, by the way, because this is the failures overlaid failures album that he's recording right now. This is not him right after the book or whatever the hell. This is him at least a year on, if not more than a few years on. And he's still in the future, like 2 years in the future, still looking back on this time with Louis and saying that this was a redirected mood. What a wild thing to say. Why is he pissing me off at the beginning of the episode? Oh my God. Anyway, whatever. He's talking about his different coffins. The one about Magnus was dark, of course. But of course, that was right after he was made and right after Magnus killed himself in front of him. So he was just in the tower alone. You know, so he slept in his maker's coffin, which is dark. Oof.
Choose a favorite, crash, and
Okay,
for
so
which
we're
the
calling the
world shouts in feeble
recording
attempts
story
to
of
explain
his
away clearly attributable
coffin.
devastation, j'accuse. But I, Amel, digress.
Again.
What? Is he using... What a crazy thing to just drop in the middle of his overhanging dialogue. Is he... So this is him after he understands who Amel is. Because again, his Failures dialogue is... Failures recording is him recording this way after Queen of the Damned. And he's looking back at the time when the Queen arose. So he knows all the lore at that point. Is he using Amel like we would use God or Jesus in the middle of a sentence or something like that? Like, I, God forbid, you know, didn't want to, you know, like how you use God like that. Is that how he's using Amel? Or are we supposed to believe that he already possesses Amel right now? Sorry, this is like heavy book spoilers. Y'all know that you shouldn't watch my reactions unless you're prepared to be spoiled about the stuff that I know about the books. Listen, y'all know that I'm not an expert on these books. It's been a long time since I fully sat down and like actively read these books. I've been clear about that from the beginning, that it's been like 15, 20 years since I like did like a full-on read through. And my read through also was only up to the Vampire Armand. Yeah, and then nothing after that. Yeah, because, and then I've read a few passages of, I've read quite a few passages of Blood and Gold since the beginning of all of this, and some of Pandora. But then I also am aware of plot lines that happen after. Like, I'm aware of some major spoilers from the Prince Lestat trilogy at the very end. I am less aware of the Mayfair crossover books. I don't know anything about those other than Merrick. But I know who Amel is just based off of, you know, even before we get to the Prince Lestat trilogy. But I do know that in the Prince Lestat trilogy, Amel is like possessing Lestat, because I know that eventually Lestat takes on the core, the vampire core, or whatever the hell we're going to call it. So I know that's kind of the basic premise, I assume, of the Prince Lestat trilogy, is that the core moves from, you know, this vampire to, and ultimately to Lestat. I don't know, like I said, I don't know all the details of the Prince Lestat trilogy, but I know major things about it. And this is something that I do know. So are we saying this is post-Prince Lestat storylines, or are they just bringing them forward and merging them in with Queen of the Damned stuff? Or is he just using Amel like we would use God or Jesus in the middle of a sentence or something like that? Anyway, wow, crazy to pause here only 2 minutes into the show. Let's keep going.
28.
The deranged Wegmans produce
Take
manager,
28
Bo
is
Ridley,
crazy.
provided me the Frenchest of exits, and the good fortune of a second mass shooting with a higher body count occurring that same night, who bought a
Using the
retirement
shooting.
villa and wallpapered her basement sex dungeon with billable hour invoices. Again.
I was like, if he says again, oh my God. He's such a frustrated. You know what? You know who wouldn't be giving you nonsense while directing you? Armand. One thing we know Armand gonna do is he's gonna put very detailed, very specific notes on your performance in them margins. Okay? We know that that's one thing that Armand gonna do as a director. He's going to tell you exactly how to adjust your performance. What are we doing, Lestat? Why are we not giving these guys notes? Actual, genuine feedback. Like, you're a terrible boss. Because what do you mean? Like, we're on take, what did they say? 28, something like that? Some crazy number like that? No, I think they actually, I think we're even higher than that. We're on that many takes and you're not giving them actionable feedback. Clear, concise, actionable feedback that will improve their performance. What are we saying? Like I said, one thing you know is Armand gonna tell you exactly what you did wrong in your performance. What? I need you to figure this out, Lestat, because what do you mean?
Take 61.
61 is
leave
crazy.
This coffin only once in 4 months. I would butcher the band for bloom and marbling.
Nice. And that's take 1.
Fabulous. Moving on.
Okay.
So,
So what do we think about like which muse is helping him through which song, right? Like, because what we just saw there was that Louis' muse helped him. I don't want to say helped him, but accompanied him as he did the Big Bad Wolf song. I have not heard the Big Bad Wolf song, and the only thing that it seems like we've heard from it is just some instrumental and the I Am the Big Bad Wolf lyric. We don't know the full lyrics of that song. And I'm sure I'll know it once I actually sit down and listen to an album, which I will be doing a full listen of all of the songs after the show. Okay. Once the show is done and I see how the songs are used in the episodes, I will do a sit down and do a full listen and then a full read through of all the lyrics. Okay. It'll be a separate video after. Okay. But it's interesting to think about when these songs were used and who was in frame when they were being used. And in this one, it's interesting. Because if I'm thinking Big Bad Wolf, I'm thinking of the, like the fairy tale or the, original tale of the Big Bad Wolf. And the concept of it as, is he saying that Louis is the Big Bad Wolf? Or is he saying he's the Big Bad Wolf to Louis? Are we talking about Red Riding Hood style Big Bad Wolf? Are we talking Three Little Piggies Big Bad Wolf? Okay.
Inflate your lips, be it facial or labial. We are going to trace my self-taught musicianship back to its weird and haunting origins. That's right. I'm finally going to talk about the Queen. Queen babe extracted from a mother's womb.
Okay, I don't play metaphorical drums.
Try.
I can do faster or harder or shuffle, fill, blam, buzz roll like a drum is.
Okay. She's a bit valid about this, but she also is saying this after what clearly is like, take whatever the fuck. So she's tired. She's over it. But also, he's not wrong. You have to think about, like, when you're making art and you're making musical art, you do have to think about the feeling behind it, what you're trying to express what you're trying to engender in your audience, the emotions, etc. But I also, like, how do I explain that? This is clearly, this is a problem with the band at its inception, is that, remember in the very beginning, he named the band after himself. He's been very self-centered about this band. This isn't all of them coming together to express their sound collectively and tell their story. This is actually them as extensions of Lestat telling his story. So at the end of the day, she did not live Lestat's life. So these songs are all songs that are specifically about Lestat's life, at least up to now. These are not songs that, we're not allowing everybody to write. Well, I mean, I guess technically last episode, Salamander started writing the song for Big Boss, but it eventually became about Lestat too. So it still is about Lestat, you know? This is not me saying that we need to take up space in this very, very short season, exploring the inner workings of TC and Salamander and Larry and Alex. That is not what I'm saying, because we don't have time for that. But what I am saying is that within the context of the story, she's in a band, they are all in a band, but the band is not about them as a collective. It's about Lestat, and it's an extension of Lestat, but she's never lived Lestat's story. So she can't feel what he's feeling when he's talking about this, like life and death, which I guess is expression of, or life after death, which is an expression of the turning and everything like that. Like, she doesn't know anything about that. She's never felt that. She's only heard about it in a story that he told her, you know? So it's hard for her to capture, I think, the feeling of what he's saying here, because it's not her actual lived experience, you know? But again, like I said, this is, in the context of the story, she would struggle with that, and this band is not really about them as a collective. It's not all of them pooling together like, yeah, let's do this. Ooh, I have a song I want to do. This is what I want to convey. And then the lyricist sits down and writes it out, and then, you know, the drummer goes, yeah, that's what I mean. And then this is, and, you know, and TC goes, you know, this is the kind of vibe I want to have in the drum. Like, no, it's not a collaborative experience like that. It's primarily Lestat telling the band what he wants. Remember from the very beginning, I spent 1.5 years perfecting our sound. You know, I made the band do this. I did this. It's very self-centered, you know. So they don't really have the chance to express themselves as artists either. You know, they're just kind of being dragged along by Lestat. It's not that he doesn't like them or that he doesn't value their input. We literally see him talking with TC about, you know, building a song and going back and forth. But I do think ultimately it's a vanity piece. It's about him. It's about him and his life, you know. All of these songs are about him and his life, which, you know, like I said, stepping out of the world makes sense as a TV show, because we're not here to learn about TC and Larry and, you know, yada, yada, yada. They are, in fact, extensions of him. They are, in fact, representations of him or whatever. Like, they are attachments to his story, and they should exist as characters to serve the Lestat character. So I don't have a problem with that. Outside of it, let's remember, Doylist versus Watsonian. We got to think about these things. So I'm back in my Doylist, you know, arena. Obviously, they are extensions of him. But from a Watsonian POV, it's hard for her to understand what he's saying, because she's not actually like one of, this is not her song. This is not her story, you know? Anyway, that was a long section for me to talk about this. Let's keep going. Okay, so we just saw him getting pulled out of the dirt, clearly by Marius, because that's when This is after Gabby abandons him on the beach, obviously, and then he buries himself. And I guess we don't know how much time between when he buried himself and when Marius pulled him out of the dirt, but obviously I remember that. But that was like after he was running around, like, you know, throwing out Marius's name and looking for puzzles and clues of Marius's existence. And, you know, Marius was like, oh, who's this looking for me? You know, and found him and picked him up and took him back to the temple, etc. Okay, so we're seeing that, him getting picked up by Marius.
The drama stick is a stick. I don't know what to tell you.
It's because she's not a vampire. It's because her deepest wound is a man walking away.
I should have waited. Because the show just said what I said.
Yoko Marin.
Yoko Marin.
Guests.
Yoko Marin is crazy.
We are
That
making
was good.
an
She does
album
kind of
about
look like
my
Helen
life,
Mirren.
which has been a 3-century train wreck. Your drums are my heart.
Oh, I really should
Your
have waited.
guitar is my hunger.
But not him saying
Your
exactly what I just
bass,
said.
The night terrors that follow me to Gotham.
What's my guitar?
Yes, please interrupt my flow, Larry. Your guitar
Jeez.
is my frailty.
Not his frailty.
Keep
All right,
coloring
hold on.
inside the lines as you play, and I'll knot a tempo mark to your life jacket.
Sorry, 1 second. Let's remember who is who, because I was just talking about how they're extensions of him and that they should exist to serve his story, and then he literally said that to them. That's actually kind of terrible. That's a bit terrible to say to somebody. You're actually just extensions of me. But let's see what he designated each
Guests
one of them as.
at my deathbed. Your drums are my heart.
Okay, the drums are his heart, which echoes the way Louis talked about it at the end of the pilot, where he's talking about how he heard a drum, like some beast coming down a dark forest or whatever he said, right? And then he realized that the drums were his heart and the other drum had been Lestat's. So echoes there. Okay, so TC and by extension TC's drums and by extension TC is his heart.
Your guitar is my hunger.
Okay, Alex's guitar is his hunger, desire, or ambition maybe. What would we characterize hunger as in this? Ravenous need to feed, like literal hunger, or hunger as in ambition and drive. And that's Alex. And Alex's guitar and by extension, Alex. Interesting. Okay.
Your bass, the night terrors that follow me to Gotham.
Okay, so Salamander's bass are the night terrors. His nightmares. And by extension, so is Salamander. Interesting. That's what he represents.
What's my guitar?
And then Larry
Please
is frailty.
interrupt my flow, Larry.
Like, you're supposed to be my frailty, but you're actually shit. Does he mean... So what does that represent for us to think about? Larry being Lestat's frailty. But he also hates Larry most of all within the band. And I say hate, but like he resents Larry. He is the most angry with Larry throughout the season. He's constantly shitting on Larry this entire time. But that's his frailty. So is he resentful and antagonistic towards his own frailty? Is that what that's supposed to represent? And interestingly, Larry is the one that brought him into the band in the first place. So Larry, as his frailty, is the one that dragged him into making this music from the start. Him trying to get in touch with his own frailty. Interesting to think about. If we follow the idea of how each band member may be a representation of who Lestat is as extensions of him, and what does that mean about Lestat's relationship to himself? So he considers TC his heart, and he's shown to have probably musically the best relationship with TC, with his heart. Alex is his hunger, but that hunger has been hijacked by Armand secretly without him knowing. So a hunger that is poised to bite back, perhaps. Salamander, his terror, but he also characterized Salamander in the beginning as dumb, shockingly dumb. So is he saying that the fears that he brings to himself, to his coffin, are dumb, are things that he should consider perhaps beneath him, or irrelevant, or dumb, or inconsequential in some way? And then Larry, his frailty, he hates most and resents most and thinks is inadequate, thinks is a failure, thinks is doesn't belong here, doesn't belong with him, is holding him back, is holding the band back, and by extension is holding him back. His frailty is holding himself back. I don't know. I know that I may be looking too deep into that, but I think it's interesting to think about it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Come on, you didn't mean...
We are here to pull the plug. Have some reverence. Kill me savagely.
Yep, sure.
Sam, let's jump to something else. TC's not ready.
I'm fine.
Can I hear when I call out your name? Vocal 12.
Copy that.
So this is the temple?
I am Marius
more of a
de
crypt.
Romanos. I am the keeper. Oh, was the keeper. Now you are the keeper.
Interesting. He's calling. Well, he is.
Armand said that you were destroyed.
Was wrong. Rotten boy.
No. You don't get to say that about him, Marius. No. Don't fucking talk about him like that. Watch your motherfucking tone. Okay, sir? Watch your fucking tone when you're talking about my man. Okay? Get my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. No. You don't get to say that about him. Of all people on this planet, you don't get to say that about him.
She likes music.
Anyway, keep going.
Come.
Yeah, interesting that this is less of a temple and more like a, a basement. But he could just be moving around, so.
Of us, and they must kick.
This one.
Akasha.
Ooh, interesting. Gosh, interesting way to say that.
Very alive.
That's
that was the end of the scene. I thought we were gonna have a whole thing. I want to go back because there was actually something in there that I thought was interesting at the very beginning. Interesting. I can't remember if he called himself the Keeper. When I think Keeper, I think of the guy before Marius. So, but I can't. It's been, like I said, it's been a long time since I read these books, but I can't remember if he called himself Keeper as well. So he said he pulled him out of a pauper's grave. Yeah. So he must have read her mind, or read his mind about Gabby. But
To take care of her, as you say. Oh, he was there.
are we saying that Akasha ordered Marius to kill Gabby there? That's interesting. Because he said wanted to take care of her, as you said, which means that Akasha specifically told Marius to take care of Gabby. Am I understanding that correctly? And I don't think Akasha meant take care of her like a child. Like, you know, like raise her up or something like that. No, I'm thinking that she told Marius take care of her. Like, but she wasn't. So did Akasha just put a hit out on Gabby and sent Marius to kill Gabby? But the only reason that it didn't happen is because Gabby had already abandoned Lestat? What does that mean? What does that imply? Because, you know, if you're watching this, you've hopefully watched my last reaction, and I have been positing recently, very recently after that episode, that modern day Gabby is currently in the thrall of, or perhaps even fully possessed by, Akasha. And it may be setting up a little bit of their enmity. I don't want to say their enmity. It's more like, because Akasha doesn't, you know, care about, you know, people that she considers beneath her. But there is some tension, at least from Gabby's side, between Gabby and Akasha. So, because of kidnapping Lestat, and she's all about, like, can we just kill this woman? Like, that's how Gabby was, like, running in them books, was like, let's just kill her. This is, of course, before everybody knows that that's not a good idea to try and kill her. But anyway, but what we're saying now is that at some point, Akasha was aware of Gabby and Lestat before Lestat made it here. And she specifically ordered Marius to kill Gabby, which changes a number of things, actually. Yeah, so like if she is in modern day possessing or controlling Gabby. Now, follow me, of course, because again, this is all speculation and theory on my part. But if that's true, then Akasha has moved from get rid of Gabby to I can use Gabby, like get rid of Gabby to, I assume, get her out of Lestat's life and then bring Lestat here, maybe? And she's moved from that idea to modern day, I can use Gabby to control Lestat. But again, like I said, this is speculation. This is just me theorizing. The show has not said that Gabby is being controlled by Akasha in modern day. That's just my speculation. So I don't want to use that to analyze this necessarily. But if I turn out to be right, then that is what happened. She moved from kill Gabby, get rid of her, to I can use Gabby as a tool. Interesting. All right, let's keep going. I'm not going to listen to all of this again. Ooh, too far.
Very alive.
I'll rewatch this part.
Very much alive.
Larry, please stop thinking about Alex eating burgers and enjoying Glenlivet again.
Oh yeah, he's drinking. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Armand, did you get this boy off of his sobriety? Because we always got to remember that this is an Armand, an Alex who has been influenced in some way by Armand. We can't ever forget that. Did you make him break his sobriety? You met him in AA, became his sponsor, and immediately caused him to break his sobriety? Crazy. Come on, Armand. Be better. You could be a better sponsor than that, sir. Imagine, Like, I'm so sorry. AU, where we actually legitimately get Armand being people's sponsors, but he's evil. So it's like he's Hannibal Lecter, who's a therapist, but his ass is evil. So all of his sessions is just making you crazier and trying to encourage you to go out and murder people. Hannibal and Armand are like this to me. But he's doing it instead of as a therapist, he's doing it as an Addicts Anonymous sponsor. Fucking hilarious.
The head shrinking.
From the top. So.
Bring one back. Burn them here.
Okay.
Use the ashes to keep her thriving.
Not the back of Inkill's head been bust open. Did they show that earlier and I just didn't notice? Damn.
Then back to them. Here.
What happened to him?
Interruption! You must bring one back. Burn them here. Use the ashes to keep her thriving.
Okay. Damn, Inkill. What the hell happened? Can we not put that back together and give him a little blood and heal that up? I feel like we could put him back together. At least in the book lore, like, you'd be able to put that back together. Like, for Inkill, who's like, 6,000 years old, yeah, you could put that back together. Put a little blood on him, maybe put him in a bloodbath, and but do we want to? I guess is the question. I feel like we could. It's certainly with book lore we could. Because you have to, like, it's implied in the books that even if you burn them down to ashes, they could still recorporealize. Like, you have to burn them down to ashes, and then you have to spread the ashes in order to make sure that they don't come back together. Like, that's how durable vampires are. So I feel like this you could heal. But maybe in the show, this is like fatal.
Blood overwhelms. Just the ash. Play her music.
Okay.
His name was Enki.
Okay, yeah.
How did
Finger
We burned
gone?
in the sun, yes? Do you remember a night when your body burned under the moon?
Yes. Yes, in Denmark,
December
1802.
1802. Finished the job transporting them from one crypt to another. 2 bottles of ginger flower gin in the veins of a celebratory meal. I woke up next to her, my body afire.
What?
Hadn't finished the job. Left him above in the sun.
My mother and I were countryside.
How do I feel about that?
We ran ourselves into a bog.
Oh,
Took us months to recover.
bugs are rare.
Okay.
And now you know why there are so few of us. I set us back ages. We were all connected through her. She is the seed.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's crazy. That's a crazy lore change. There's like 3 lore changes in one.
Her keeper.
I don't like being alone.
I slip, trip, stumble, fumble.
I am not worthy of this job.
Oh, that's gonna have implications later.
Small becomes big, and the big becomes the end. The end will burn the 3 of us. You are.
We just had like 10 lore changes in like less than a minute. What's going on? Hold on.
Tell you that herself.
Oh, I'm gonna pause after this because I have thoughts.
She is not on our clock. To me, not a word for 22 years when I first took the job.
23. Not correcting them. Not talking to him the same day that he was hired, but whereas it took 23 years to talk to Marius. Hilarious. I mean, it's Marius, so I get you, girl. Before we get into this next section, whoa. That was a crazy amount of lore changes that they just did there. Okay, so first of all, like I was saying earlier, that was weird. So Akasha specifically sought out Lestat and sent Marius to get Lestat and bring him here and kill Gabby. I guess because is Akasha, like, I remember what I said last episode during my theorizing. So again, if you don't want to know anything about the theorizing, you can skip this. But like during my theorizing, I had theorized that, hey, Akasha's been kind of aware of stuff because she was out there, like in the books, she was out there using the mind gift to like surf people's minds and stuff like that and experience the world as it changed around her. And she's like aware, like her and Inkill are aware of things happening around them. They're asleep, but they're not sleep, like they are stoned, but they're not actually, they're like conscious this entire time for like thousands of years like this. And they like surf other people and they like live and see the world and experience things through other people. If I remember correctly, could be mistaken. So if that has been happening, she's been surfing the minds of the different vampires, and at some point became aware of Lestat and for whatever reason honed in on him and was like, ooh, something about this new fledgling. But then again, they've just revealed that the burning happened during Lestat's lifetime, not 2,000 years ago. So they've changed the lore so that the burning happened way later and was caused by Marius, which feels really out of character for him. Like, I don't like Marius, but I'm not gonna pretend like he ain't all about his job. I mean, that's like half the reason that he's terrible. It's because he's all about his job. He's very exacting and very specific about his job as the keeper. And, the keeper of knowledge and the keeper of vampiric history and heritage and whatnot. He's very specific about that. Which is, again, half the problem with his ass. So I'll get to that in a second. So what they're saying is that the burning happened way later in Lestat's lifetime. And that's what killed a whole bunch of vampires. Which is why in season 1... when Louis asked Lestat how many of us are out there, and he goes 100, he was being serious. I was like, oh, it's definitely more than that. Maybe he isn't aware of it. But that's because I thought the burning was 2,000 years before, and by that point they had already started to recoup their losses in the last 2,000 years. But what the show is saying is that happened like at the time when he was saying that to Louis. There's only like 100 of us out there, maybe. That's a crazy lore change. What does that mean? I mean, obviously they've decided to make the burning less severe, because if it was the way it was in the books, then Lestat would not have survived that. He would have been a baby vamp at the time, and none of our main cast really would have survived that. Because the burning was so severe that literally only the most ancient, most powerful vampires survived it. And even they were like so severely burned that it took them centuries to recover, kind of thing. That was how bad the burning was. And they also changed it so that it's not the keeper before Marius that did this, because in the books there was a keeper who was taking care of Inkill and Akasha, and he was so tired of the job and he was fed up with it. He was trying different ways to kill Akasha and Inkil so that he could be rid of this whole job, right? And he ultimately tried to leave them out in the sun, and they were found, out in the sun, like with like maybe a light tan, but every other vampire on the planet burst into flames, and most of the vampires died right there on the spot, except for the most ancient vampires who, again, as you get older, you get more resistant to the sun, to fire, everything. The older you are, the more resistant you are to being killed, basically. Like, really old vampires are OP. OP, crazy OP. It's really hard to kill really old vampires. So what they're saying is that Marius... So they're merging the Keeper and Marius's character into one. And they're making Marius be less vigilant and less exacting and less of a perfectionist. And making him be more of a fuck up. Like, Marius is a fuck up in an emotional way and in other ways, but not when it comes to his job or when it comes to his education or the education, trying to, instill a certain specific kind of, Roman education and Western education on the people around him. So we've changed Marius to be a bit more of a fuck up. Because what did they say? He
finished the job transporting them from one crypt to another.
So he was transporting them.
2 bottles of ginger flower gin in the veins of a celibate.
Okay, so he ate somebody who was drunk. And he ended up drunk and fell asleep. And left Inkil in the sun.
During me, I woke up next to her, my body afire. Hadn't finished the job. Left him above in the sun.
That doesn't make any sense, though. Because Inkil burning wouldn't affect other vampires, though. Like, he literally just said, we're all connected through her. If she burns, then we all burn. But that has nothing to do with Inkil. So did you leave Akasha in the sun, too?
My mother and I were countryside.
What is he saying? What is Marius saying
here? We
here?
ran ourselves into a bog.
Oh.
Took us months to recover.
Through her.
Yeah. So she's the seed. So how is it that leaving Inkil up in the sun caused the burning? If Inkil is not the seed, she is. That's suspicious. That's sus. Is he lying? Is Marius lying about what happened? Also, how would leaving Inkil up in the sun cause his foot to be chopped off, his finger to be missing, and his head smashed in? He's lying. Something else happened. Oh, he's lying. Why is he lying? Well, okay, let's assume. Okay, let's think it through. The way that they have changed the story. Instead of Lestat actually seeking out Marius and, driven, his hunger, shall we say, and actually, going out there, just searching and searching, counterpoint to Armand, who is stuck in his place and is, stagnant. In the books, Armand is very stagnant and he stays safe and he stays in his place. And Lestat is the person who goes out and adventures and does things, right? So instead of that, he was upset about Gabby and he buried himself in the dirt for 80 years. And then Akasha sent Marius out to get him. So it's not Lestat finding Marius. It's Akasha ordering Marius to find Lestat, which I have mixed thoughts about, but I'll talk about it later. So she brought him here, and she's telling Marius what to do, which is to make him the keeper. I assume that's what she's doing. She's saying, I want him to be the keeper. And telling Marius, you don't have to be the keeper anymore? Or something? Would Marius obey that? Well, I guess this Marius would, because he's emerging of the previous keeper who doesn't want the job anymore. Whereas in the books, Marius wants this job. He takes pride in it. It's one of the things that helps him endure the centuries. It gives him purpose. All these vampires trying to find a way to survive eternity by finding some kind of purpose, some kind of higher calling, some kind of job, some kind of passion, right? That's how all of these vampires survive. The oldest vampires, it's how they survive, and they don't throw themselves in the fire after 300 years like Magnus did. Magnus didn't have a purpose, but he also wasn't chosen. He ripped vampirism out of his maker, if we even want to call Benedict his maker. But, Magnus wasn't chosen by a vampire. Magnus ripped it out of Benedict after taking him captive and holding him hostage. So Magnus didn't have what it took to survive eternity, which is why he started to lose it. And then he turned Lestat and then killed himself right after, because he did not have what it takes to get through eternity. So he killed himself after 300 years, only 300 years. Whereas, when you see vampires who are older, like Armand, like Marius, like, we haven't gotten to them yet, but like Pandora, Makari, Maharet, they all found something that kept them from the fire by giving them some kind of purpose, some kind of structure, some kind of higher calling, some kind of drive, some kind of hunger, right? And for Marius, it was this job. He was taken forcibly and forcibly changed against his will by Tuscamen in the grove and whatnot. We haven't gotten to that. I guess they haven't. They're not going to put that in this season. That sequence is really intense, and it deserves its own episode. It was actually a really interesting sequence. So that's a season 4 thing, or if they ever do that spinoff with Armand, I imagine they would take Marius with him. If they ever spin Armand off into his own show, they would take Marius with him. And probably get that backstory there. But anyway, we're not here to talk about Marius's origins. But like, he was forcibly taken and forcibly changed against his will. He was kidnapped, and then he was immediately given a job. Like, he was turned for a specific purpose so that he could go out and investigate and find out why the burning happened, because it happened right before Marius was changed. And Tuscamen, who was burnt up from the burning, was like, what the hell happened? Something happened to Akasha Ninkil. And so he sent Marius out. If I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember this. Remember, this is like 15, 20 years off. And it's been a while since I read some of these pages. And I didn't read the fullness of Blood and Gold. But that was basically what he had to do. He had to go out and find out what the hell happened to Inkil and Akasha. And then he found out that the Keeper had left them out in the sun on purpose to try and kill them so that he could stop doing the job. But he didn't know that doing that would cause all of us to burn, right? So with Akasha and Inkil's permission, Marius took control of them and moved them and took them with him. And that became his purpose. That was the thing that helped him survive the centuries, is dedicating himself completely to Akasha and Inkil's care, taking care of them and preserving all of vampire kind. It's very, Marius loves, feeling really important, and, and he is technically. Listen, you all know I don't like Marius because of his personality. I hate his ass. But at the end of the day, he did take on this job, and it was actually a very important job because it kept vampires alive for thousands of years. And allowed them to grow as a species. So he's very enamored with his own self-importance. And this was an important job. And he took it very seriously. And it's one of the things that actually became a sore point in all of his relationships, is him putting his job above everything else. And to be fair, it was an important job. So, it's just that after that, he also treated all of his loved ones like shit, even outside of that. So, your mileage may vary on how much I'm not going to give it up to Marius or whatever. Because he still also treated everybody like garbage. But anyway. So what the show is saying, though, now is that he doesn't want his job. Or maybe he wanted his job, and he was like more like Book Marius in the beginning, but at some point in the centuries he became like the keeper and stopped wanting his job, and now wants to hand it over to somebody else. But then Akasha is the one that sent him out to find Lestat. So is this him wanting to give up? No, because if he left them out in the sun, then yeah. Or no, but no, he didn't intentionally leave them out in the sun. Oh, this is confusing. Wait, he didn't intentionally leave them out in the sun. So he didn't do like the previous keeper in the books. He wasn't intending on killing them. In this, if we are to take what he's saying at face value, it was an accident. He got drunk and left them out in the sun, or left and kill out in the sun, because he didn't finish the job. So it was an accident. But that feels like some bullshit to me, because Enkil's injuries don't look like what you would get if you were left out in the sun. It looks like what you would get if somebody tried to kill your ass. So are we going to reveal that Akasha actually didn't leave him out in the sun, that Akasha woke up and tried to kill Enkil? Because that's something that she did in the books, is that she killed his ass and drank all of his blood and powered up from his blood. Are we going to later reveal that actually happened and Marius is covering for Akasha? Are we to say that Marius leaving now was at the behest of Akasha? Akasha sent him out to find Lestat as the new keeper, and then said, you take a vacation. And Marius was like, bet, I don't want to do this job either. I'm tired of it also. I got drunk last time and left Enkil out there in the sun. I've lost myself, he said earlier. So are we saying that Marius was like, you know what? All right. And then left, but it was all at the behest of Akasha? Or did Akasha see that Marius was starting to get tired of being the keeper and decided, ooh, he's not going to last long. Let me get another keeper first. And then she went out with her mind and was searching the bloodlines and trying to find somebody that she wanted as her keeper, and found Lestat because she knew that Marius was getting tired of the job. This is a confusing... The lore changes here are very confusing. We've made the burning less severe, because if it was as severe as it was in the books, everybody in our main cast would be dead. Except for... no, including... Because if it happened in 18 something, then yeah, Armand would be dead as well. Well, Armand is a daywalker. So maybe him being a daywalker would have allowed him to survive the burning much better than other vampires. I could see that being the reason that he survives the burning. But either way, it's still not as severe, because if it was as severe as it was, if Lestat would be dead. But let's assume that Lestat, special boy that he is, was powerful enough to survive the burning. Gabby would be fucking toast. She's a baby at the time. She'd have been dead. So the burning wasn't that bad. It was less severe. It was light enough that Gabby didn't burst into dust on the spot, and instead she had enough time. She and Lestat had enough time to get to a bog and jump into the water and prevent themselves from fully burning. And did, instead of immediately turning to dust Thanos style. Okay, so we've changed that. We've merged the Keeper and Marius into one. And instead of it being Marius intentionally leaving Inkill out, we're taking it at face value. Instead, he accidentally left Inkill out. Somehow, Inkill burning in the sun meant other people burned in the sun. Even though that doesn't make any sense because Inkill is not the core. Inkill is not the seed. So somehow, Akasha had to have been out in the sun. Maybe it's both what I think and what Marius said. Maybe Marius did get drunk, did accidentally leave Inkill out in the sun, and then Akasha woke up, went out there into the sun, tried to kill Inkill, and then came back to Marius' side. Marius was burning because Akasha went out into the sun to kill Inkill and came back. So he woke up on fire with Akasha next to him after having just gone out and killed Inkill. And he thinks that Inkill, leaving Inkill out, caused the burning, when in fact it was because Akasha, without Marius knowing, went out, killed Inkill, saw an opportunity. Marius just left Inkill out in the sun? Hell yeah. She went out there, killed him, went back, and Marius doesn't know. Maybe that's it. And the reason that he burst into flame is for the brief time that she went out into the sun to kill Inkill and then came back to the wagon or whatever the hell, the crypt or whatever. Huh. I could see that. So both of them. So Marius is saying the full truth. He thinks that this is what happened. But the reality is that something else happened. And Akasha has her own plan and agenda. I don't know. All right. I spent enough time on this. We are an hour in and it's been 15 minutes. My God. Oh, maybe this will be like a 4-hour episode for me.
And if she burns.
Let me. I don't have time. I gotta jump forward.
2 more, one in Montreal, one in Boston.
A place for us.
Yeah, and
Sorry.
Enough of us.
Pause. Sorry to pause immediately. That was a nonsense sentence. Y'all don't know this about me, but I actually work in hospitality management and hospitality management, specifically hospitality management analytics. That's like my job. This sentence that Louis just said, nonsense.
Album 46, side A.
It's called RevPAR, short for revenue per available room. It's been trending down, especially in high-end luxury property. Probably expanded too fast.
Goofy. But there's panic now, so I jumped on it. What the fuck is he saying there? That's not how you use RevPAR. Somebody in this writing's room was like, oh yeah, Louis deals with hotels, right? Let me look up hotel terms. And they found RevPAR and ADR and what? And it was like, we're just going to use RevPAR in a sentence, not knowing that is not what RevPAR is. He's saying that he saw some kind of market downtrend, I assume post-COVID, because the hospitality industry took a huge hit during the pandemic, during the height of the pandemic when we were on lockdown, I mean, specifically. Obviously, we all know that COVID is now part of our, landscape, and it's continuously and it has continued to be, and we are not seeing the support that medical responses need in, you know, the way COVID is being handled now here in 2026. And we very rapidly tried to pretend like COVID wasn't an issue anymore. But anyway, not going to get into that. But I mean, during the height of the lockdown, the hospitality industry took a huge hit, because people weren't traveling. It was lockdown. So you weren't traveling, you weren't going on vacation, you weren't, like, hotels were shutting down, people were going out of business, stuff like that. Again, I work in analytics in the hospitality industry. So I actually had a job throughout helping companies, anyway, I'm not going to get into my job, but, so I assume he's talking after post, because you got to remember season 1 was right after the pandemic, was like the height of the lockdown. That was 2022. So I'm saying, I'm assuming that after that, he's saying that he went out, he saw some kind of downtrend. No, he's saying that people were, what is he saying? RevPAR is revenue per available room is a metric that you use when you're examining your hotel's, like, performance from day to day, which means your RevPAR can change from day to day. Like my RevPAR, my ADR today is not going to be what it is tomorrow. Okay. So when you're thinking about market trends overall and trying to decide what rates to use for your hotel, and you're looking at your competitors and you're trying to make sure you don't price yourself out. So like, you know, let's say a room is $300 per night, something like that. And you're trying to decide what rate to set all of your rooms at. You know, is this a luxury room? Is this, you know, a 2-bed? Is this, you know, whatever? Am I a resort hotel? Am I a motel? Am I a boutique hotel? Am I an extended stay property, and therefore I have to think about extended stay numbers? Like, these are different things that you have to think about when you set your rates for that day or for a certain period of time. So like you say, oh, I'm going to charge this level of room and this level of, you know, this specific room based on the market trends. Everybody around me is setting their rooms that's at this specific level at $300 a night, $400 a night, right? I want to be competitive enough that people are drawn to my rooms, to my hotel. So, but I also don't want to be so low that I'm pricing myself out. Well, no, that's actually the other way. I don't want to be so low that I'm not getting a return on my rooms. But I also don't want to be so high that I'm pricing myself out, where somebody is going online, going on TripAdvisor or whatever, and trying to decide a hotel, and they see my rates are $700 for a two-bed hotel room, whatever, per night. And then somebody else is, you know, only $500 instead of $700, you know? So if I'm looking at that and I'm in the same area, I'm going to the one that's $500. If I'm a traveler, I'm not choosing the $700 rated room over the $500 rated room when they are the exact same room, 2 king-size bed rooms per night. Like, right? Like, you're setting your rate so high that you're pricing yourself out. So you got to watch your RevPAR versus, and you have to think about your RevPAR and your occupancy percentage, right? In order to understand how you sit in relation to your competitors within your region, your area, right? But he's not talking about owning a hotel and setting his room rates. He's not talking about setting his room rates. He's talking about, I saw something in the market, a trend in the market. Was he looking at his star report? Anyway, he saw some kind of trend in the market that meant that he needed to buy up properties in Montreal and Boston, two completely different areas, and that somebody expanded too fast. This is a nonsense sentence. I'm so sorry to have paused so long to talk about business, but this sentence doesn't make any sense. It feels like somebody was like looking up hospitality terms to create dialogue for Louis here and didn't know a goddamn thing about hospitality.
But there's padding now. So, yeah, if you don't want to be watched, then there's a private room in the back, different menu in the back room.
Okay, so he's setting up places for vampires and humans to mix, like the Dracula's Daughter Hotel, where they can come and drink humans. It's not enough. It's not exclusively vampire hotels. It's a mixture because there's not enough vampires to support that. Why does he sound like he's talking about Night Island? Why does this kind of feel like the precursor to Night Island? I don't know how I feel about that. I hope they're not doing that, because that's exclusively an Armand thing. And I would actually be kind of upset if they... This sounds like... am I crazy? Or does this not sound like precursor to our Night Island situation? We'll keep going. Anyway, that's not the point of the scene. The point of the scene is whatever the hell is happening with Regina.
I missed you too, sis.
Oh, God.
Both of you.
I wish we could stay longer, but you know, Claudia, always go, go, go.
Go ahead.
Oh, I paused too much. Oh my God, that's crazy. I had that whole conversation, and all this time I paused before we got to the reveal that he has a fake Madeline too. Oh, fucking Louis. Oh, Louis. Oh, Louis. This is weird. Oh, no. This is grief, man. This is deep, deep grief. Oh, God.
Something deep last night. It didn't clean good.
Oh?
Not her trying to come up with vampire dialogue.
We went to the Russian vodka room for karaoke, and then...
Oh! There has never been a moment in my life in which I didn't enjoy seeing women and seeing women kiss each other. And I can't believe that they have found a way to make women kissing gross to me. Why? Why? Ugh. Oh my God, that was so creepy and weird. The way that they broke character to talk about how good she is at acting and this terrible French accent and this fucking terrible wig. What are we... This is... Oh my God. This feels like a Black Mirror episode. This feels like a Black Mirror episode for me. Oh, this is so weird. This is grief. This is deep, yawning, the abyss of grief. Oh, Louis, this is bad. So I assume she's another person, sex worker from OnlyFans that Claudia knew, or not Claudia. I'm so sorry, girl. I don't know why I called you Claudia. Regina. It's because of the yellow dress and everything. Regina knew. and the pointed way she said theater kids makes her moody, you could tell that Regina is like resentful of this whole job. She didn't want this job in the first place. This was creepy ass shit that she's doing. Like, essentially, like Louis her John, you know? Like, she don't want to do none of this, but she's going to do it for the bag, and I get you, girl. This is disturbing. Why did they somehow make me watching two women kiss gross? Why is women... I should be enjoying watching sapphics be on my screen. And it's not actually sapphics. It's actually just two women being exploited by this billionaire who's hiring them to pretend to be his daughter and his daughter's girlfriend. And they're, of course, interpreting that in a weird fetish way. Because that's, of course, how it would feel to them. You know, it's like, oh, okay. It's like, you know, John's like a lot of weird shit. This is another day in the life of, you know, our existence. I mean, obviously, I know that the show is making this be disturbing on purpose for me. It's gothic horror, you know. Like, I understand that it's disturbing on purpose. I get that. I'm reacting as an audience member. I hate the way that made me feel. I actually don't want to watch it again. So we're going to skip over it because I don't want to see it again. I don't want to see it again. That was gross and weird. Why? I think I need to watch a sapphic show after this. I think I need to watch a sapphic show after this. I think I'm going to watch an episode of something that's just about women. I can't believe I just watched that. Ugh.
I think the whole thing's a fake.
Hour and a half
Milli
in.
Vanilli situation.
Oh, God.
It's Larry wrote all.
I had a fang in his neck, but I was interrupted. Had to let him go.
Sure.
So Man in the Street
I tracked him
interviews
down,
with humans
planned
and
to finish the
vampires.
work. But as I followed him, I found him fascinating. I'd sit at the foot of his bed in derelict motel rooms as he slept off a fix.
Oh, this is Armand.
Over the next 52 years, I was interceding on his behalf.
That's crazy.
And when he blacked out under an overpass,
Okay,
with a
Jesus.
junkie about to roll over him in an RV, a wife Alice at home.
This is insanity.
Where the fuck
Armand.
are you, Dad? 52 years?
Jesus.
I wanted to tell you in Philadelphia, but I felt you were not in a space to receive it.
That was my gag reflex.
Weird
I'm
crossfade,
in love
but
with
okay.
you. Prove it.
We're definitely, pause. We're definitely missing a scene to connect those two moments. Crossfading to them already being in the park? Okay. That's a crazy show of Armand's power. Man, they have beefed up Armand a crazy degree in the show. Have you guys noticed that? They have made him so OP. But he's like OP in specific ways, which I guess matches the books because it's implied, if I remember correctly, it's implied in the books that Armand is actually really powerful for his age. For only being 500, he's like an insanely powerful 500, way more than he actually uses in the book. It's the implication that like he's kind of second to none when it comes to the mind gift and the spell gift. He's a bit OP in the books, but the translation to the show, they have made him crazy OP. Like the day walking wasn't. I mean, he could resist the sun long enough that he didn't burn immediately after the Veronica stuff, and after the Memnock stuff. And he was able to survive trying to fly up into the sun long enough to go on in there and kill Sibel's brother when he met his children. And he was cooking on the roof, but he didn't die. So he was more sun resistant than others, let's say that, in the books. But and it took it and he didn't immediately burst into ash, you know, kind of thing. But the show made him a day walker, which is crazy OP. And they made him way more powerful with the mind gift and the spell gift. And I'm saying this as somebody who understands that in the books, Armand is like one of the top tier elite mind gift, spell gift persons. They've made him they've done even more, because he wasn't in the books like possessing another vampire like he just did and talking through them like a puppet. That was crazy. That was so OP. And he wasn't erasing memories in the books. He wasn't able to do that in the books. Like, they have beefed up Armand and his abilities for the show. Oh my goodness. Let me go back a little, because I actually do want to see this. And I actually want to hear this dialogue again, now that I know that this is Armand.
Gradually, over the next 52 years,
imagine you're Daniel and you're hearing your life be narrated through his mouth with this random vampire, and you realize it's actually Armand.
In an RV, her wife Alice at home.
That's crazy. That's such a mindfuck.
Where the fuck are you, Dad? 52 years?
And 3 are there for extra credit. 1 is there for you to use. Which you do, aggressively, in your rental car, in the garage of your Northampton hotel.
Oof.
I make sure the boy makes it home and forgets the event.
Oof.
May 15, 2002. You sneak away from your book research to attend your daughter's graduation at Rice University.
Not Rice University, all right.
She didn't ask you to come and mouths the words "fuck off" when she sees you approach the chapel, where inside,
oh my God,
you unburden yourself.
Armand would think this is romantic.
Uncontrollably.
Armand is
the
so
guard
weird.
asks you to step outside,
but he started coughing.
A coughing fit, and you mourn your daughter's hatred for the next 30 minutes. In peace.
Oh my God, Armand. This is insane. He would consider this
August
romance.
5, 2025. I don't plan to say love until I make profound amends for the harm I've caused you.
Talking about last episode.
It's a timing issue.
That was
52
August
years.
5, okay.
I've watched you. Where you went, what you did. Watching your sorrow. Your modulating sexuality.
What?
And where was Louis at that time?
At home. Waiting to hear the minute details when I got there.
What? Sorry. Sorry, pause. Armand would consider this to be romantic, wouldn't he? He's such a freak. He's such a stalker freak. Just an absolute in the bushes. He said, I've been in the bushes for 52 years for you, baby. What? And we're saying that Louis was aware of this the whole time. Do we believe Armand? I don't know if I believe. This is easily verifiable information. Daniel could immediately go and call up Louis and say, hey, did you know that Armand was stalking me for like 50 years? And Louis would be able to say yes or no immediately. So I imagine some of it is true. Do we think Louis was waiting at home for the minute details of Armand stalking Daniel? I don't know if I believe that part, but I can believe that Louis is aware of where Armand is going when he's going out and stalking Daniel. That'll be interesting. I need to see a conversation between Daniel and Louis after this where they talk about this. Because what do you mean Louis was fully aware of Armand's obsession with Daniel? That's got to be such a mindfuck for Daniel to be sitting here and hearing stories from his life, but told from the point of view of the guy who was stalking him for over 50 years. He's got to be feeling crazy right now. Like, what the hell are you saying? I was this vampire's I was being stalked by this deadly, violent vampire for 50 years? That's crazy. Armand would consider this love, wouldn't he?
August 5, 2025.
It's love for him.
Love until I make profound amends.
We
for the
already knew
harm I've
that
caused you.
Armand was a stalker, though.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
how
It's
he
a
starts
timing
all his
issue.
52
relationships.
years. I've watched you. Where you went, what you did. He cast you out, and still you carry his water. Let me help you finish that job.
Oh, this is manipulation.
Love between vampires can be one thing, or it can be countless things.
I will never
Like
love...
Lestat and Sophia. I want to be your maker.
Finish the thought, Armand.
I want to give you half
That's
your
kinda
life
cute.
back.
Lestat and Sophia.
Help you walk in the sun. I knew her as Gabriella.
Oh, now him about to drop this on
She's
him.
Lestat's mother.
What?
She's his mom.
Lestat lays with his mother.
Did you say walk in the sun?
That was an sorry. Before we get into this next band scene, what are we saying? That was a crazy sequence. I feel like we just had like 5 conversations at once. Certainly Armand was having 5 conversations at once there. What are we saying? That was a crazy sequence of sentences. Okay, so now we have confirmation that the chase era from Devil's Minion happened after the first interview, which we all kind of, in the fandom, we all kind of, assume that. And what we're now learning is that the chase era took place over 50 years? Or do we still think that past DM had like a full-on relationship and he erased it from Daniel's mind? Or do we think that they are saying that all past DM was just the chase era, where he's chasing him around the world and stalking him and watching him? Well, but the chase era wasn't just him stalking him from the bushes. It was him, like, the chase era was like him showing up next to him, trying to decide, am I going to kill him today, or am I just going to let him teach me a little something about this city, That was how Armand was operating. And then it kind of became more of a, like a little rom-com. He was just going on dates with Daniel. And Daniel was out here fearing for his life, like, oh God, is he going to kill me today? Is he going to kill me today? And then he realizes at a certain point that, oh, actually Armand is never going to kill me. And then that's when we have the love confession. But are we saying that the chase era happened over 50 years? Or are we saying that maybe the chase era happened and then some other stuff that hasn't been revealed yet happened? But then right now, Armand is only willing to admit to stalking him. But actually it was even deeper than that. I know what I would prefer. And I would prefer if that's the case, if that, and that we actually see these scenes. I do wish that instead of, like, I understand the decision to make it so that it's just Armand telling this to Daniel, because we are embedded in Daniel's POV. We, the audience, assuming you don't know the books, we, the audience, don't know anything about what Armand is talking about. So we're seeing this from Daniel's POV, where he's like, what the hell are you saying to me? And he just has to trust Armand's word that this happened in the past, because he has no memory of this ever happening. So we, like Daniel, are being asked by Armand to trust him. And of course he's not trustworthy. This is after we have learned everything about him and know that Armand is not trustworthy, that he's a manipulator, a manipulator and a liar, and et cetera, right? But we are being asked by Armand to trust him. But in this scene, I feel like he's at max manipulation. This whole, like, starts off as this personal thing about you and me, and I'm revealing these stories about your past, and then I'm dovetailing that into a conversation about Lestat, about how you shouldn't work for Lestat, you should work for me. I'll help you finish the job. Manipulation, right? But then he swings back to, I want to be your maker, which is real. He really does want to be his maker. He really does want to be back in Daniel's life, truly. And he wants to teach him all of these things. How is he going to teach him how to be in the sun if the sun thing is an age thing? Is it a bloodline? Is it now a special gift instead? Is it a bloodline thing now? And not just a generalized age thing, like all vampires will eventually be resistant to the sun if you hit, 500, 1,000, 2,000, whatever. Now it's a bloodline thing, maybe? Something that he can actively teach Daniel? Okay. I'm okay with daywalking being a special gift instead of a generalized every vampire becomes a daywalker with a certain age. I can get down with it being a very specific subset of vampires who have the daywalking ability in their bloodline. But interesting, because if we go back to the crypt scene, Marius isn't a daywalker because he explicitly talked about how we burn in the sun. He said that to Lestat. So Marius is not a daywalker. So is this something that manifested in Armand's blood after he was made into a vampire? Are there certain gifts? Is the show saying that there are certain abilities that manifest in a vampire and maybe your bloodline, it's like genes, right? Like you could have the gene for daywalking, but it's a recessive gene. And it doesn't manifest until you obviously in real world terms, when I'm talking about genes, I'm talking about like, hey, you have the genes for blue eyes, right? Or for curly hair or something like that, right? And that's either a dominant or a recessive gene. And you could carry it. You could have straight hair and brown eyes, but you carry the gene for blue eyes and curly hair, right? And so when you have a child with somebody else who also has that recessive gene, remember our Punnett squares, that child could come out from two people with brown eyes. You could have a child that has blue eyes because you both carry the recessive gene for blue eyes, right? That's completely a possibility. So are we saying that vampire bloodlines are similar? Like maybe Marius carries the vampiric gene of daywalking, but it didn't manifest in him, but it did manifest once he had Armand, and Armand now carrying the active gene of daywalking is able to pass that on to Daniel, because Daniel is his only fledgling in he's waited 500 years to build up his power and made a fledgling after 500 years of no other fledglings. So is he suggesting that he is able to pass on the active gene of daywalking to Daniel? Is that how we should think of it? That there are certain gifts? Because remember, they've talked about in the past Lestat having fire resistance because he has the blood of Magnus in him. He specifically has certain abilities, flight, fire gift, the mind gift, the time-stopping gift, because he has the blood of Magnus in him. And Armand, who has the blood of Marius in him, also has those same abilities, but he also has a special gift of daywalking. Is that how I'm understanding it? Interesting. So we have that. And then we have him deciding to drop that Lestat and Gabby have a sexual relationship. Oh, well, Sophia is Gabby, and they have a sexual relationship in the middle of this conversation in which he's trying to woo Daniel. It's so weird. But for Armand, it probably wouldn't even register as, like, it wouldn't be weird for him because, one, his only parental figure, his own father, for lack of a better word, was molesting him all through his childhood and into his early years of vampirism. So Marius was molesting him as a child, so he would normalize that, and at least in the books, felt like that was just like a normal thing to have happen, and that they were in fact lovers, like normal lovers, and he wasn't being. And the only thing, and so far in the show, I think it's the same. The only thing that he didn't like about that arrangement was that sometimes, at least in the show, Marius would lend him out to his friends. But otherwise, he worshipped him and everything like that. He probably thought that was a normal thing to have happen to him when he was 15 years old. So it wouldn't, and we already know from his 3-way with Tuan and Quam Pham that he doesn't consider parent-child incest weird. Like, we know that. So, but he probably knows that Daniel thinks it's weird, or would find that information useful. So he's kind of like information with Daniel. Like, don't think about me manipulating you. Here's all of this information. I can make you walk in the sun. I can teach you. I want to be your maker. Lestat fucks his mom. That's what we're getting here. I can help you with the documentary. Like, oh, I used to stalk you for 50 years. It's just throwing shit at Daniel right now. I guess, and there's also probably an element of the entire season, Daniel has been calling him dad and pops, and and Lestat has been referring to him as his father or son of Armand, yada yada yada. So there's probably an element of, because the way he said this was kind of hilarious.
I want to be your maker.
He says, okay, I want to be your maker.
Armand.
I want to give you half your life back.
Lestat and Sophia.
Help you walk in the sun. I knew her as Gabriella.
Mm-hmm.
She's Lestat's mother.
Like, the way he says this is kind of funny.
What?
Lestat lays with his mother.
The way he said that was like, Lestat lays with his mother. Cheerful or something. Like, he isn't talking about parent-child incest. But like I said, he probably doesn't think of it in the way that I would think of it, which is that it's terrible, abusive, disgusting, because he lived it himself. And he thinks it's normal for him. And so he's probably saying that to Daniel, because Daniel keeps calling him dad and pops and shit like that. He's like, I mean, I don't mind being your dad, but, parents and children can have sex. Lestat and Sophia have sex, and I'm your dad, and I want to be your maker. We can have sex too. Lestat is Sophia's maker, and Sophia is his mom, and they have sex. Why can't we have sex too? You know that's what's going on in his mind. Oh, God. Why did he do... You know what? We all have to remember that these scenes are being told to us through Lestat. That's a good point. Do we think that all this dad-son stuff that's happening with Armand and Daniel is because actually Armand and Daniel are thinking that about their relationship, or actually saying this? Because we got to remember, this scene is not an actual scene that's like on the documentary or anything, or that we can see happening. This is a scene that Lestat is supplying to us through the Failures album. So he at some point finds out that Armand and Daniel link up with each other, and Armand teaches Daniel to walk in the sun, or offers it, whatever. And at some point Armand reveals to Daniel that Lestat knows that Daniel finds out about him and his mom through Armand. So he's creating this scene in his narration. So do we think all the dad-son stuff is actually just Lestat laying that kind of dialogue on them? Like, because of his own disordered thinking about parent-child relationships with his own mother? Or do we truly think that Daniel has been calling Armand dad this whole time? Do we think this is that they are leaning into the father-son thing because Lestat subconsciously is trying to draw some kind of parallel between them and his situation with Gabby? Interesting to think about. We always have to remember that everything that we are seeing is being told to us through Lestat. Years off into the future, recording the Failures album in which he's narrating the events leading up to the Queen of the Damned storyline. And he has decided to frame Armand and Daniel as father and son, maker, fledgling. Or they really do call each other that. I mean, to be fair, in the books, Armand calls Daniel his firstborn sometimes. But Daniel, I can't remember a time where Daniel ever called Armand dad in the books. So that feels like a show-only thing. Which visually, it's funny as hell because he's a 70-year-old, his body is of a 70-year-old man, and Armand's body is that of a 27-year-old. So the visual dissonance of this 70-year-old man calling this 27-year-old dad is, kind of the kind of irony they would lean into in the show. Interesting to think about it. Sorry, I just thought about that. Like, hey, this whole scene is not happening on camera. This is not we're not seeing documentary footage of these two talking to each other. Like, instead, this is Lestat saying, oh, maybe that's why we have the awkward fade out from the street interview into the park and they're already just standing in the park, is because Lestat is like, well, I know this happens and this happens, so let me stitch these two scenes together. Is that what's happening?
You were a terrible mother.
I was.
She really was. She still is.
In Spain.
Sorry, did she just say that she abandoned him when he was playing with sticks because she got annoyed by him as a 3-year-old coming to her with a bunch of sticks saying, what does this stick do? And then is she saying that she, because we're talking about all the times that she's abandoned him or left him. Are we implying that she left him at 3 years old in the woods playing with sticks because she was annoyed by him constantly talking about these fucking sticks? And then he flashed back to the watching the witches burn. And now we're talking about in Spain. That's a crazy story to be like, remember that time I abandoned you at 3 years old? And I can't imagine remembering a time when I was 3 years old after now. So did he even know that story? Did he even have any memory of that? A 3-year-old him? I guarantee you he does not remember that. He's learning that information right now because he did not remember that from 3 years old. Where he's 300 years old now, he did not remember that 3-year-old story. She remembers it, and she's telling it to him. Like, remember when you were 3 years old and you used to come to me like with all these fucking sticks, and then I just left you? Oh my God, terrible.
I didn't need you anymore. You don't need around you what does not need you anymore. Right, sister?
Then who made you? Why do we exist?
Indeed. Who did make you, Akasha?
Why did she leave me? Is my evil sanctioned by nature?
Sorry, is that a 2-string violin?
Or divine error?
Or am I just not seeing all
Where
the
is God?
strings? Oh.
Who dies and who stays?
Oh, she moved. Okay, singing Armand's song right now. Sorry, I said I wasn't gonna pause too much. All right, I'm gonna make this short. So we, of course, put out there the idea of like who made Akasha. We, of course, if you've read the books, know exactly how Akasha was made. which is the spirit of Amel merged with her. There was like a whole thing. We're not going to get into all of that with Makati and Mahadet and everything. But either way, the spirit of Amel merged with her and she became the first vampire, and then she made Enkil to save his life because he was dying next to her at the time. And then they went on and made everyone else, right? Well, I don't want to say everyone else, but they made, you know, the first, what was they called? The first brood, the first blood, the Queen's blood. There was a few names. The Queen's blood, the first brood, the first blood, something like that. I know the Queen's blood is one of them, but I can't remember what the other ones were. But either way, and then they went out, made more, and then yada yada yada. That was an interesting moment because it made me think of Louis in season 1. The whole, like, you know, am I evil? You know, is this, you know, am I sanctioned by nature? Is this divine error? It kind of made me think of that conversation where Louis's mom called him a devil, and then we cut to him in present day, and he's talking to Daniel, and he's like, you know, when your mother sees the devil in your eyes, you know, that conversation, and he's kind of ruminating on the nature of vampirism and whether or not he's evil. And then, of course, we have the conversation that he has with Armand, where Armand and him are going back and forth philosophically about the nature of good and evil, especially with regards to being a vampire. And how do you even quantify evil or goodness as a vampire? You know, how do you quantify it? How do you qualify it? How do you measure it at all as a vampire? What is if you are existing in this world as a vampire, what obligations do you have to the people around you, to your community, to the world at large, to concepts of goodness and evilness? You know, like it's philosophically, it's interesting. You know, and that's been a through line of the whole show, I think, right? So, and all of these vampires are wrestling with those questions. You know, what do I do existing in this world? How do I exist in this world? And what am I here for? What is my purpose? Okay, we're...
Again, same place.
1, 2, 3, 4!
Big
okay.
Boss gets
So
to
for
have
Big
fun.
Boss,
If you're a boo-boo, then he doesn't want you. Oh, don't you dare write down his story. If you know him, then you won't know much more. Who stays alive?
This is sensory overload. I can't even imagine being Lestat during this. With somebody yelling in your ear. Yeah, that's crazy. Interesting. Like, remember, I wanted to kind of keep an eye on which muse appears for each song. So for the Big Bad Wolf song, Louis appeared. Didn't say anything, though. He just kind of stood there. So Big Bad Wolf is in relation to Louis. Big Boss is in relation to Nikki, because Nikki appeared during this song. But this is the song that's about Armand. So interesting. I really want the show to dig into the Lestat, Armand, Nikki relationship in the 1700s. I really wish those scenes had been longer and we'd had a longer, not just a longer flashback, but like maybe in a whole episode that was set during that time so that we could really see what these characters meant to each other, and Gabby at that time, what these characters all meant to each other during that period of time. Because it is interesting that after the loneliness that drew out Magnus and Nikki, Magnus left and Nikki stayed and has been haunting him since. Something happened between Lestat, Armand, and Nikki, and it is eating away at Lestat. And I need to know what it is, because in this scene, Nikki is accusing him again of fucking Armand, and is like, you know, ate his dick and yada yada yada. I assume that's about Armand because that's the only person we know for a fact Lestat was cheating on Nikki with during this time period. So that's the only person that we know for a fact that was happening. But something else had to have happened with Nikki, Armand, and Lestat. And I need longer scenes showing us what the hell happened between these three. It's actually one of the things that I think I'm the most interested in this season is the way that they have adjusted the Nikki, Lestat, and Armand relationship and how tangled they've made it in the show. It's not that they weren't tangled together in the books. They obviously were, but they've made it more ethically and morally interesting in the show, in my opinion, because they have decided to keep Lestat around for Nikki's decline and his death, and made Lestat and Armand partners in crimes. I said that weird. Partners in crime about Nikki's death. They've made a decision to make Lestat part of that in a very tangible way, in a way that he wasn't in the books. In the books, he just kind of left Nikki behind in the tender care and mercy of Armand. And to be fair, in the books, Nikki had broken up with him, had dumped him after he became a vampire, and they were struggling with the deep depression that Nikki was in, and the yawning emptiness that he was experiencing after he became a vampire, and the way that the distance between them grew insurmountable because of the way that the vampire bond meant that they couldn't read each other's minds. And so the things that had been already distancing them from each other grew even wider after he became a vampire. Like it amplified the worst parts of their relationship after he became a vampire, until the point where he essentially just dumped him and said, no, I don't want you around anymore. And he started to devolve, right? And Lestat essentially just ran off. I mean, there were a lot of reasons why he left Paris in the books, obviously. But ultimately, that's what happened. And then he didn't find out about Nikki's death until later in letters. So it's different now in the show. And they've made Lestat be more present for it all, and maybe even have more responsibility for how it all went bad with Nikki, which I think is interesting.
You're not gonna die because you're already dead. It's a great idea. It's a good idea.
Are we ready?
Are we ready? Are we ready?
Bad idea. Ready.
Did he just run outside to try and hit a note? That's
again.
Torturing yourself.
No.
Torturing yourself is not going to make you hit this note better, sir.
Moving on.
You are listening to The Failure.
That was insane. Like, that felt very much like self-harming too, by the way. Sir? The way all of these vampires need therapy so bad. Ugh. And the only person who even tried to get self-help was Armand, and we know his ass didn't fucking take any of that in, truly and honestly. And it wasn't even therapy anyway. He went to go do the 12 steps. Like, we need all of these vampires to go to actual therapy with an actual professional therapist and psychiatrist. Okay? Jesus Lord.
Album 40.
I'm hungry, or put down that iPad and give me some attention. He doesn't count time like it's a badge. I go nice, I don't know where he is. but I like it that way.
Yeah. Taking it slow.
Okay. Interesting. So he's repurposed. So they're reenacting scenes. She's read the book at this point. We'll have to remember, Regina has read the book by now. So she knows the scene that they're playing out. They're playing out the scene from the book, from Louis' life of when he and Claudia, after she was made, used to go out on the boats together to talk. But instead of talking about Lestat, he's talking about his relationship with Lemuel. And instead of it being a conversation about how's it work, love between two men, and he's talking about his, you know, his exploration of his sexuality with Lestat and how he loves him. Instead, he's talking about Lemuel and how it's very casual right now. But interestingly, in both of them, Lestat is off somewhere that he doesn't know, doing something he assumes is just eating a human. But we now know, of course, that he was going off having an affair with Antoinette during that time. And that, I mean, he might also be hunting and eating, but some of that, he was off just having an affair. And that was, of course, a sore point for Louis. But here, he's saying, I go some days and I don't even know where Lemuel is. But I prefer it that way because, of course, he wanted an easy breezy, no strings attached relationship where it's fine. We're casual. We don't have anything deep or intense going on. We care about each other in the sense that we are in community with each other, but we aren't in love. We both know we're not in love, and it's okay. I can go days without knowing where he is. And now we know that he used to do that with Armand, except with Armand, it was very tricky. It was very different. It's very different emotions with Armand than it is with him and Lemuel. But with Armand, he would go days without knowing where he is. But actually, he did know where he is because he knew he was out there stalking Daniel. Oh, interesting. Interesting to think about Louis and his 3 love interests and how he relates to them and how they leave him, right? So we have the first one with Lestat, where Lestat would go off and he didn't know where he was, but he now knows that he was cheating on him. Like, once he finds out that it's Antoinette, that, like, once Claudia reveals to Louis that, sorry, I think I'm making a lot of weird noises. Once Claudia reveals that Lestat has a mistress and is out there having a whole ass affair with Antoinette. And the moment that happens, Louis immediately probably is looking back on their life and realizing that all the times that Lestat was off somewhere, he's suspecting all the times that Lestat was off somewhere, he was having an affair. He was with Antoinette, and he knows that Antoinette, that Lestat and him had both met Antoinette like 10 years before, right? 10, 15 years before, because we always got to remember that Lestat was having an affair was cheating on Louis for like 3 decades straight, like 20, 30 years, right? Like really soon after they started seeing each other. It was like maybe, I want to say 20 years because, yeah, we don't meet Antoinette until he's already, until, I'd have to go back and rewatch season 1, but Lestat and Louis don't meet Antoinette until we're about like 7 years into their relationship. So he was having an affair with Antoinette for 20 years, not 30, 20 years. Because we got to remember that he and Lestat were together for 30 years, that he said. So for roughly 20 years, he was in an affair. And Louis finds this out, like, partway through their relationship. So he was still seeing Antoinette that whole time. So at the time, it was probably about 10 years or so, 10, 15 years that Lestat was seeing Yeah, 10 years maybe. Because that's right before they went underground in the Roaring 20s, right? Yeah, 10 years. About 10 years or so. A little less than. Again, I'd have to rewatch the first season because I don't remember all of the timeline stuff perfectly. But he was probably looking back on all of those times and thinking, oh man, he was probably with Antoinette having an affair. All those times he didn't know where Lestat was. Lestat went off to do his own thing, and his own thing ended up being fucking Antoinette. And then we get him in his next relationship, and they have a more open relationship. Like, his first open relationship with Lestat was after he found out he was cheating on him with Antoinette the first time. And then Lestat tried to impose an open relationship on them, even though it was so clear that Louis did not want to have that. And I guess neither really did Lestat, but, I guess he's a cheater, so he came up with an excuse for why that would be okay. But of course, he was probably expecting he was using it as a manipulation tactic, trying to manipulate Louis into a certain response, trying to manipulate Louis. Louis didn't want to eat humans. And we've all had the discussion about, what we feel about that. But at the end of the day, Louis gets to decide his own diet, right? He was mad about that, and he was dissatisfied in his relationship. So while dissatisfied with his relationship and while Louis was depressed as shit, he decided to start cheating, probably because he wanted to cheat to get away. It doesn't really matter why cheating is cheating, but he wanted to get away from Louis' depression and his eating disorder, and he also wanted to try and provoke Louis, because remember, he started cheating on him right in front of Louis, right? Like right in front of Louis, probably trying to provoke him. It's a manipulation. It's an abuse tactic. It's an abuse tactic and a manipulation tactic. And he was intending to get a rise out of him, but it didn't happen. And instead of stopping the affair, like, oh, this isn't working, and trying something different, he decided to continue the affair. And it became like a full-on relationship that he was having with Antoinette. And then, of course, he imposed, we actually have an open relationship now after he cheated, which, of course, doesn't mean that it's actually an open relationship. It's actually just still cheating because you've imposed it. You forced it on your partner in order to make them okay with the open relationship, as opposed to you both are polyamorous and you're both completely okay with having an open relationship. Like, no. And then he was super hypocritical about it. So we have that. Then we have Louis' next relationship with Armand, which is he and Armand were an open relationship from the start, because we got to remember, in Paris they were entertaining all these different guys and having three-ways all up and down the queer scene in Paris. He was having, they had an open relationship in Paris. They were entertaining each other and they were dating, but they were open and they were having, whatever, laissez-aller. What did he say? Something like that? Laissez-aller. I don't know how he say it. It was French. But anyway, he was having whatever, free thinking romance in Paris with Armand, and they were cruising around town with each other, and they were, fucking boys and killing them and draining them. Well, mostly Armand, But then, of course, Armand, because he's a stage 5 clinger, started to get way more serious about their relationship than Louis, who wanted to have an easy breezy relationship. And then everything that happened, it spiraled out of control. And then when they got to San Francisco, they still had an open relationship, but it was kind of very clear that Armand didn't want to, I don't want to say he didn't want to have an open relationship, but the open relationship became, again, a manipulation tactic, which is, hey, Louis was in an abusive relationship with Armand, so like he had to find some kind of tool to get back at his abuser, and one of the ways that he did it was through all of these boys that he was serial killing all through San Francisco, where he would lure them back to the Divisadero home, fuck them, then kill them and drain them, right? So, but he was also like, but it was sort of open, even though it clearly bothered Armand. I don't know if it bothered him because he was fucking these other boys, or if it bothered him because he was doing it in a way that it was clearly about his drug addiction. Like it was about Louis being addicted to drugs, right? Like it was an addiction. And so did it bother Armand because he was fucking boys, or did it, and he was invited at some point. So again, was it an open relationship, or, I mean, are we even going to call it a relationship since it was a hostage situation for all parties involved? Like, yeah, like Louis started this relationship as a way to punish himself, Armand, and Lestat all together, you know? Like, that's how he started the relationship. So it was like I said, it was a hostage situation all around. And then it, of course, evolved from there. It was sort of open in the sense that I don't think it would bother Armand to be open sexually in his relationships. It certainly wasn't a problem for him in the books. He's described as having been in a throuple with himself, Marius, and Bianca in the book. If we want to call whatever he has with Marius a throuple, fine. But he certainly believed it to be a throuple. Again, your mileage may vary on how we want to feel about it. Out here, outside of the story, as moral beings, how do we feel about this situation? But in the story, he would consider it a throuple. And he was fine with that. He was in love with both of them. And then when we get to him and Daniel in the books, he and Daniel together, but he wanted Daniel to be out there fucking all of these, others. And when he was with Marius was telling him to go out there and fuck all of these people all over Venice. And then he did the same thing with Daniel. He wanted Daniel to be going out there fucking everybody. And he would watch, So I just don't think that Armand had a problem with it being open, but he did have a problem with Louis getting drugged out of his mind off of these boys and waking up God knows where, and then him having to chase him down and find him. So, yeah. But it's interesting to think about that kind of an open relationship. And then we have here with Lemuel, Louis has another semi-open relationship where he doesn't know anything about what Lemuel is doing either. Whereas he didn't know what Lestat was doing, and it bothered him. He didn't know what Armand was doing when Armand would leave him. Oh, no, he did know what Armand was doing, now that we know. He did know what Armand was doing because he was going out to go see Daniel. He knew that completely, seemingly. And then now he's with Lemuel, and Lemuel is going off and doing whatever, and he doesn't know anything about what Lemuel is doing. But that's okay, because he's not trying to be in like a deep relationship with Lemuel anyway. It's interesting. Sorry. I feel like that was so rambly. I know you guys are sick of me. That was a crazy conversation where I was trying to think of like, these 3 different levels of Louis' relationship. These 3 relationships that we have from Louis, and how they are echoes of each other, but they also are very different in how he responds to things, Where they have similar beats, but he responds differently to each of them, Anyway, let's keep going. God. 2.5 hours, y'all. Good Lord. Is she writing in a diary?
Yeah, just this and this.
I'm so sorry. Is that her actual diary?
I go nice, I don't know where he is.
Or is that like a fake diary that she mocked up?
I like it that way.
taking it slow.
There's no way he gave her Claudia's real diary. No, that's not a real
What
pen.
you writing in there?
Yeah, just this and this.
I think that's her actual diary. I don't think she was using a real pencil. I think she was using a fake pencil. Tell me that's not her real diary. Oh, I have to look at the prop again. There's no way. That would be crazy if that was her real diary. There's no way he would do that. No, that's a fake diary. It's gotta be. I refuse to believe that Louis gave Regina Claudia's actual diary. No. I refuse it. I rebuke the shit out of that.
Nah,
Do
let's
it.
just get out of no.
Come on, make me a stone.
Oh, make me a stone? Oh, like Akasha? Oh, son. I'm sorry, babe. Oh, that's not good. Ooh, yeah. We've never seen somebody come out of that and what that feels like.
What? Did you?
Let's just let's get out of here. I can't hold him for too long.
After that insane scene, and then you just see them paddling away. Oh my goodness. Oh, Louis. He's just struggling so bad, and I feel so bad for him. This is not the way to go, brother. This is not the way to do this, brother. Ugh. And I can't even imagine being Regina having to do this, like, for money and being in, you know, because when you're in a position where you just don't have anything, you just gotta, you know, I've been there, you know, I know what, you know, I haven't been exactly, obviously I haven't been exactly here, but like, I've been there where you just have nothing and you will just take any job, like really any job. I can imagine being Regina having to do all of this. And I know she, in that moment, was like trying to have fun with it because she's now a human who knows about vampires. And she believes, inexplicably, she believes all about vampires the moment that she heard it. Which we haven't, I need us to explain why Regina, the moment that she read the book, thinks that that book is real. And thinks that vampires are real right after that. As opposed to thinks that he's, like, cracked. Because she has taken the fact that vampires are real in stride in a way. Like, the band members, I get because they literally watched his face transform and his teeth come down and him bite into somebody's neck and kill another vampire right in front of them. So them believing makes sense to me because they witnessed firsthand all of that crazy shit and then him jump out the window and fly away. So, but all Regina had happened was this creepy guy started stalking me in my diner and then he told me vampires were real and that he was the vampire in this story. That is all she knows. She hasn't, but of course, I'm talking about before this. Now, she has seen him use vampire powers. So, of course, I understand how she believes him here. But I'm talking about before this. Why does she believe this? I need a better explanation for why Regina, after first reading that book, completely believes vampires are real after that. I need a better explanation of that. Yeah, messy. Keep going. All right, we're back in the temple, the crypt. Yeah, this is more of a crypt than a temple, in my opinion.
The oboe, the clarinet, the
oh, she's moving.
The reprise, the harmonic shift.
Armand and Marie Antoinette. Oh, the piece of cake, of course, for Marie Antoinette. Oh, that's the body from the guy that's dead at the table. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, who the hell is that? Well, that's the body, the person that he killed. Armand with the splotch of ink after his name. Okay. And he's what is that? It's half a loaf of bread, moldy bread.
Competing strings, Father Max. The counterpoint.
Oh, that's a painting from what's his name? Bacon? Is it Bacon? I don't think it's Bacon. Who is it that did the Great Red Dragon series? Blake. Not Bacon. I was thinking of the Bacon triptych. William Blake, right? From I was introduced to those paintings from Hannibal. the Red Dragon by what the hell is his name? God, I can't think of the author right now. Oh my God, that's terrible. I feel so bad. Oh my God, I think of it. I'm terrible with names. It'll come to me in like 3 hours, and then after I finish recording, of course. But that was Francis Dollarhide. Why do I remember fictional names better than real people's names? Francis Dollarhide built his whole Red Dragon persona from that book, from the Red Dragon book, off of the Blake's series of paintings about the Great Red Dragon and the Beast is 666 and all of those. And of course, those motifs were used when the Hannibal show started to cover the Red Dragon storylines in season 3. So, and then they changed their name titles after these paintings. But that's one of those paintings. So we have Gabrielle. So at this table, we have...
Here they come,
Let's
Nikki.
see. So Nikki is there. He's the violin.
clarinet, the announcement.
Nikki, Armand, Marie Antoinette,
The harmonic
Magnus.
shift. Oh, foreshadowing! Yes, I get it.
Competing strings, Father Max. The
Oh, Magnus is the Red Dragon, the Great Red Dragon. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I see. Okay, so we have Magnus, Armand, Marie Antoinette, Gabby, Nikki.
Point. It's like trembling waterfalls.
Marquise
It's
and
like
Bruglar.
hungry peasants.
So his
itching
father
for
and
a
his
fight.
brother.
What do you think, Marius?
And
Oh,
Marius.
you're still on holiday? I blame you, Armand's rotten guest. Oh.
Not Armand catching a stray. No voices. Because there's no voices on the music.
Perhaps if you finished the goddamn symphony, I might have brought the choir in the final movement. But,
Or does she want him to shut up?
It's a signature blend.
No, I think it's about the music.
So the Acropolis looked drab.
Ooh.
Then it became that kind of party, Kel.
Not
Like
that
to
kind
watch?
of. This is a Hannibal reference. That's a Hannibal reference. You remember that in season 3 of Hannibal, where Hannibal had just broken up. Well, Will had just broken up with Hannibal. No. It was before that. It was when Hannibal had just broken up with Will in season 2 and had stabbed him, and then he went to Europe. And then he met that guy that looked vaguely like Will. and then that guy was like down to clown when he saw Hannibal and Bedelia. He was like, ooh, is it that kind of party? Remember that line? This is a Hannibal. This has got to be a Hannibal reference. Because we just saw the painting from Hannibal, and now we just have this line, is that kind of party? And it was like about them having a 3-way. And then Bedelia looks at Hannibal. because Hannibal and this guy had been flirting the whole time in like this, very double entendre conversations every time, where obviously this guy meant it in a sexual way, but Hannibal meant it in a cannibalistic way. And then you get to, ooh, we having a three-way, and then of course it ends with him getting killed instead, and then turned into a heart for Will. But that was such a moment when Hannibal and Bedelia almost had a three-way with this random Will lookalike. That has got to be a Hannibal reference.
Barrel maker from Malmo who thought the Acropolis looked drab.
Well, I was going to say, it's got to be weird if you're Akasha and you just have to rely on random people to take care of you. And you just have to be okay with them touching you and not being able to stop it.
His hand is wandering down my older brother's pants.
Like, that's weird.
Are you
It's got to be a
affronted by these
weird feeling,
influences, Enko?
right?
My hand on your eve, on the eve of a great century.
Not you acting possessive over Akasha, sir. Get it together.
Splash of red for the night.
No!
You would have been exquisite.
Amaria said no blood! Oh. Lestat.
They split number 8 down the middle. Practical limitations cutting through its romantic gestures.
You're supposed to watch the music, Armand. I don't know why I invite you, worthless.
Armand catching like multiple strays when he ain't even here? One thing Armand gonna do is live rent-free in Lestat's mind, because why are you constantly bringing Armand up in situations where he's not involved? Why did you actually invite him to your imaginary party, sir? Why? Why even? And it would be, if it wasn't for Marie Antoinette, I'd be like, oh, it's his table of abusers. But like, did a Marie Antoinette abuse him? And Nikki was there too, so it's not that. So like, why did you invite Armand to this dinner table? And then seat him next to Marie Antoinette? Does that mean anything? Do we think that means anything? Before she got her head chopped off? Let them eat cake. Seating Armand next to Marie Antoinette. What do we think about that? What's the meaning behind that? Because Armand doesn't represent the aristocracy or anything. In fact, the very opposite in a number of ways. But he is a vampire, so he's, a parasite on society, just like the aristocracy. But Lestat is an aristocrat. He's a parasite on society, as a vampire and as an aristocrat. So, I have to think about it. Like, what is it? What's the meaning behind seating Armand next to Marie Antoinette? I have to think about it more.
I scratched it!
Don't crash out. Jeez. Okay, we have an exact date. January 1st, 1900, because it's New Year's. Not her getting up because you gave her blood, like Maria said, don't do. This is a mess.
Come to me.
Something wrong with that?
Well.
No.
He's thinking about. He is haunted by this witch burning.
Yes.
Place.
not the muse of his child self predicting the. Well, I guess the muse is created by future Lestat telling the failures, telling this story, and so he's using, you know, creative license to be like, all of these muses, and actually they're just people he's thinking about. He's not actually seeing. I don't think this is a Louis situation where Louis clearly, I don't want to say clearly, but the implication is that Louis is schizophrenic and that he was changed before the full onset of his schizophrenia. So he has touches of it and moments of it, you know. I don't think that this Lestat is actually seeing muses, actually. I think that this is future Lestat narrating the failures and putting a creative license on how he's telling this story, and is creating muses out of the way that Lestat approached creating this album, where he's basing all of these albums around his relationships with certain people. This song being a song that seemingly is about Akasha, but it's also making him think about his relationship with his mother. And it's also making him think of his childhood in the monastery, which are all entwined in events for him. Okay. All right. Call me, please call me. Need your help. Please call me Lestat. So this is Louis. Thomas Pitt. Thomas Pity, he's a whore. That's a reference. That's a reference to something. A book, I think. Pity, she's a whore is a reference to something. Is it a book? Is it a poem? Something. It's something like that. That's a reference. Because Pity, she's a whore is a title of something. I don't think I've read it, obviously, but I've heard of it. It's either a book or a poem, but like from a long time ago. Something like that. I'll look it up after this, I think. But he's also using his fake name, Thomas Pitt. But he's also calling Louis a whore? This is like a triple level phone reference to use for the name he has for Louis in his phone. Like, okay.
Ready?
No. Tune it down a whole step.
Put your mitts on. One take. And then rest.
And then we played out.
He's definitely been spending too much time with Armand. Didn't he say he was talking to Armand like every week or something like that, or every day, something like that? Oh man, that rest was like, oh goodness, oh my god. Okay, here. Oh god, then we played out scenes. Oh god, is he telling them about Regina?
She had lived, was alive.
Tough.
I was shot in the streets when you didn't call.
Selfish bastard. Anybody spends 5 minutes with me, they know that. I knew you were gonna bring it up. Don't have an answer for it.
You were shot in the streets as a vampire, sir. Like, I know it was a very emotional moment for him, and then Christine got shot and everything like that. I'm not trying to say that it wasn't emotional for Lestat. But, like, and certainly, you know, but then you guys are, I don't know, it's tricky. They are on a break, but also they clearly still have feelings for each other, and they're trying to navigate this relationship. So sending him at least a text like, ooh, I saw on the news that your band got shot up. You all right? Like, probably would have been a good idea. But also, Louis is losing his mind right now, spiraling. He's just not going to be in a position to be able to reach out like that. this is a very tricky situation. We're exes, but we still have deep emotional ties. And so there's this weird expectation of empathy between us, that I be there for you and you be there for me. There's still like this obligation to each other, but we also are still kind of exes. But then also like we're exes because of some crazy fucked up toxic abusive shit. Like we didn't just break up for whatever because we drifted apart. Like, no, you abused the shit out of me and then I tried to murder you. And then, at least from Louis' POV, we met again, and then our daughter died in this theatrical production. And while we reconciled, then from Lestat's POV, we I don't want to say reconciled, but we came to an understanding about our own grief with each other. And then we were kind of in a better place, and then the book dropped. The book in which you were talking about me abusing you, but he hasn't. He's taking it as an affront to his person. This book, like, I have a lot of complicated feelings about the way that Lestat is treating Louis about this book that Louis didn't even publish at all and tried to stop publishing. But for whatever reason, we've decided that Louis is the one who's most at fault for this book. Like, crazy. Anyway, but again, it's a really tangled situationship that they're in right now. But there's still like this weird emotional obligation that they both feel the other owes them because of it, even though there's all this terrible, horrible, bad shit between them. Yeah, it's interesting. It's emotionally interesting.
I'm in the middle of recording my fucking... Yes. Okay.
All right, let's see what she actually looks like. Is she going to look like herself or look like somebody else?
Chicken and waffle special.
She's going to look like herself.
I got to say it. Get you a water.
So she's a true doppelganger then. Just like Yarda.
Yeah.
This has got to be such a mind fuck. Yeah, look at him. That's got to be so fucky. It's got to be weird for Regina too. Like, knowing that there was somebody out there that looked just like her who was a vampire and then who died in this really horrible way. And then now you have these two old ass, all powerful beings circling you. Oh my goodness. A day in the life of Regina. What the fuck, girl? Girl, get your money and get out of here. I don't want them to end this series with her dying, but I feel like it's going to end with her dying, y'all. I don't want it, but I feel like that's what's going to happen.
It's not her. It's not anything like her.
Is he going to lie to him?
The eyes.
Yeah, the eyes. No spark.
Oh, okay. No. He's just saying, like, it's not like her as a person.
Don't see this person again.
And her eyes.
And next time someone tries to murder me, pick up the phone.
Brother. This is messy. Oh, that probably... Is he gonna write a song about Claudia now, finally? He's been avoiding it. Interesting. He did that move in the beginning of the series, of this season, when he was sitting with Louis, playing a song for Louis. on the iPad or whatever. And he stopped. I'm pretty sure, I have to rewatch the scene, but I'm pretty sure he did that move there then when he stopped and he was unsure about what he was, putting together. Is it going to be the same song? I don't know if I remember the song that he was playing at the time. I don't think I remember like the melody or anything.
Then you stayed like a thorn, red roses raining down till they flooded me.
You stayed like a thorn, of course.
Even when we parted ways, you never turn your gaze, and I can still hear you say, don't break that stare, I'm burning in your mirror tonight. No, don't you dare call your name.
Reading the lyrics. Claudia from Lestat's POV. Interesting.
Had our fun like a child. Even when we parted ways, you never turn your gaze. I can still
Ooh, the ashes. Still being in the scene.
Break that stare, I'm burning.
I got chills.
Tonight, no, don't you dare.
When she used to play the piano with him.
It's the fear that I'm right. Don't you try to forget all the things you regret.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going. I'll finish the scene first.
You need the blood.
Read our minds.
No.
Are we turning his band into vampires now?
I've come to enjoy you all very much, but let me tell you something about this blood. Let me save you from myself. Queen took pity.
Okay, we're back with Akasha after she drank his blood. Has he?
In her arms that are open, in her arms that are wide, that are open, that are always, that must always.
Is this the first time he's
in
flown?
the old ways and in the old laws, this was arranged. All this was arranged, and who arranged it? Was it Amel?
She's almost fully back.
You drank over!
And Marius is back.
That is what it means.
Okay, yeah, he drinks.
That's why she lies limp in the straw.
Which is probably why he's flying right
It is
now.
always Amel. It is often she where the dead are worshipped.
For centuries!
Not on the slab, like she's a piece of meat.
Why the days without number, and what am I for? What is this for? And what should Amel do? If not
Or is she holding him up there? Oh, maybe she was holding him up there.
Stairs!
asked, and what does it mean if you are not answered? And what is it to see and to know but to know you have not seen, you have not known? And why is her tongue cut out? And why is her death prolonged? And when will it stop? And who will stop it? And why must they, must we, must I, must he, must they at the millennia unfold? Why the girl curled? Why her eyes lowered? Why on the side of the road? Why limp in the straw? I can answer, I can arrange it, I can say lies, and I can say speak, and I am her, and I am she, and I am the answer!
Oh, buddy! Sorry, that was a crazy sequence! That was a crazy sequence! Oh my god, Sheila ate that shit up! Oh, she ate that up! I kind of want to listen to that whole thing again because I was thinking about Marius and I was thinking about Lestat. I kind of want to rewatch this and just listen to her. Hold on. Let me go back. We're going to start from the beginning. Actually, before I get into that, I do want to talk about the band because are we making the band into vampires today? Also, Larry quit. He's gone. Get him out of here. I'm not super invested in the band that much. I don't think we have. I wish that this season was longer so that I could care more about the band instead of feeling like we're focusing too much on the band and not enough on characters that actually matter. Like, I feel like we're not examining certain relationships enough because we keep focusing on this and we keep, you know, using up screen time on this band. And I wouldn't feel like this if I knew that we were going to get like 10 episodes or 12 or like a 13 episode Netflix season or something like that. Like, but no, we got 7 episodes. This is episode 5. Get the band out of here. Go on, Larry. Take the others with you. But apparently we're about to make them to vampires. I feel like I was about to say something about that though. We had this really, this beautiful song to Claudia and then right into Sheila Ateem. I do want to talk a little, do I want to save it? I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it for after. I'm going to talk about Claudia and Regina and Lestat and everything after. And I just want to, I think, hear this speech.
This was arranged, and who arranged it? Was it Amel?
We've had Amel throughout this entire episode. We've been name dropping Amel. Yeah, who arranged? So she's talking about who arranged all of this, the old ways and the old laws from when she was alive, I assume, or when she was an early vampire, the laws that she put down, or is she talking about the laws that were put down afterwards?
Oh,
what have you done? You drank over! She was on this land for centuries! It will take me years to get her back on it!
Unfold, and why the days with what should Amel do if not to answer?
Stairs!
So has she been questioning Amel and asking him questions in her mind? And Amel is not answering her?
Why is she curled on the ground? And why is it wound? Tongue cut out, and why is her death prolonged?
When will it stop? I feel like she's talking about different women here. Because some of this, again, it's been a long time since I read Queen of the Damned, you guys. But I feel like some of this is more about Makari and Maharet than her. But some of this is about her and her feelings. And certainly the why must she be kept and why in this place must she be kept certainly is about her.
When will it stop? And who will stop in the side of the road? Why limp in the straw?
She's the girl that is curled. That's the second time she said that about a girl being curled. Limp in the straw. Are we talking about her origins? I feel like some of this is about her and some of this is about other women.
I am the god! I am the god!
Interesting. I am the god. When earlier she was like, why must he tell her what God said? She's like, no, I am the God. I'm the voice. I'm the song.
I'm the voice. I am the song.
The voice. I do know about the voice, by the way. Like I said, I haven't read the Prince trilogy, but I do know about the voice and how that's how some vampires perceive Amel and his influence. I don't know the details about the voice and what happens. Again, I don't know the details of what happens in the Princess trilogy, but I know it has something to do with a voice and how they perceive Amel talking to them. So are we saying that this is both Akasha and Amel talking to us, maybe simultaneously, perhaps?
I am the night, and I
am the answer. So she went from, I think, if I'm feeling this right, she went from her and Amel are separate, and perhaps perceiving Amel as some kind of god. And somebody else, or maybe not that. But then we know that she became a vampire by Amel merging with her soul and making her into a vampire through that. And then he lives inside of her brain. And vampirism, when you make other people vampires, you're basically putting a little piece of Amel in everyone, right? Which is why each time you make a vampire, that vampire is weaker and weaker and weaker, because you're putting an even smaller piece of Amel in that next vampire, right? Like it's a little piece of Amel. That's why the more fledglings you make, the weaker those fledglings are, which is why right now this great conversion shit, they're running around making these weak ass vampires all over the place, right? It's why if a vampire waits long enough, they build up more of their power, and then they can make a stronger vampire. And of course, the fewer fledglings you have, the more of Amel you can put into that fledgling. But I just feel like some of what she just said here, it feels like she went from talking about the girl like it's separate to we got to remember from, season 2, the way we use pronouns. Remember Daniel's discussion with Louis about how he changed tenses. And then we, of course, have that come up again. Well, no, actually that happened before. Then we have to think about how that happened with Armand in the Louvre when he was changing tenses as he was talking about his past and his various sexual assaults, from being enslaved to in the brothel to being groomed by Marius. Although I guess I'd rewatched that scene, and I guess technically he doesn't explicitly say in that scene that Marius was having sex with him, just that Marius was pimping him out. I hope they don't. I don't want to say I hope. Like this is a weird thing for me to say, but I hope they don't remove that aspect to the Marius relationship. And I don't think that they are, because his grooming was very specific in the books, and it's a very specific situation. His child sexual assault, his various child sexual assaults, and they were all very different, but very specific to Armand. So, but he was changing tenses all throughout that as he was talking about it. So we got to remember that. And then here, I feel like we're doing that again, where we're changing tenses. Also, something about her speech makes me think that she also was victimized in sexually assaulted, perhaps. The whole why must she break and why must he break her with his fists, and then why is the girl curled in the straw on the side of the road? makes me think some. And if we are to assume that she is the girl, as she says, then yeah. But some of the tenses are interesting because she was referring to herself in third person like that. But as she's getting more powerful, she's more awake. She's growing in intensity in the speech, and then she shifts from third person into I, we, and the pronouns are stronger there, and direct and about her, you know. And then it's suddenly from what does it mean if she is not asked, and what does it mean if she is not answered, and why must, you know, like, it's interesting that it's separated outside of her and maybe is about Amel as a separate being, but then suddenly she is the answer, she is the God. And so is that about her being merged with Amel and speaking now as, you know, in her as somebody who considers herself now a god, and the answer and the night.
The girl called. Why have eyes lowered? Why on the side of the road?
Why do we exist? You exist for me. Because I'm the god. I'm the voice and I'm the song.
I am the night and
I can answer you.
I can arrange it. I can say rise and I can say speak.
Yeah. Who arranged all of this, right? Like she asked that earlier in the speech. Who arranged this? Why must she be kept? Who did all of this? Is she now saying, I am the one who arranged it? Or I will arrange things. These are my laws. These are my ways. I'm the answer. Is she saying, I am the answer to why you exist? I am the answer. You are searching for meaning in vampirism. I am the answer for that. Come to me. I am the way that you should go. I am the way that you should devote yourself.
I am her, and I am she, and I am the answer!
That was a great
This is the metal sun.
Oh, that was so good.
This is the hell I
metal
unleash
sun, huh?
on all those near me. It cannot be restrained in the moment.
Ooh.
Or tamed.
Oh, so that happened. So he really did drag that man across the cobblestones with his fingers in his neck. Good Lord, Lestat. Fucking terrible. Sorry, what is he saying?
This is the metal sun inside my veins.
Talking about Akasha's blood.
This is the hell I unleash on all those for time.
Sorry.
It will.
Is he equating the hotness of Akasha's blood to his inability to prevent himself from abusing his loved ones? Is he blaming his vampirism or Akasha, drinking Akasha's blood on not being in control of his actions? What are we doing? Certainly we are not saying that. That would be insane for us to go through this whole journey with Lestat to come to the conclusion that actually it wasn't Lestat, it was Akasha. No. We are not going to shift responsibility for this shit onto Akasha. Even though Akasha is to blame for a lot of crazy shit herself, this is you, Lestat. Don't do that. We're not doing that. We're not implying that. I refuse. I rebuke that as well.
We're finishing
we really are
the album.
About to make all these guys vampires. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Oh, God!
We're a fucking band.
Not you going down.
Make more.
Oh, they finally realized what make more means? Jesus. Certainly what she wants. So we making them all into vampires. Interesting that Alex is the first one that stepped forward and said, make me into a vampire, because we know that Alex is under Armand's control. And that's certainly the opposite of what Armand wants. So do we think that was Armand working through him to make Lestat make him into a vampire? Or do we think that's a moment that Armand is not in control and that's just something that Alex is doing on his own? Or is this part of Armand's plan for them to become vampires? But why? What would be the reason? Hard to say.
I play those videos all the time. The concert stuff, not the shooting. I mean,
girl.
So what are you doing in New York with your guitar?
They've definitely captured
I can't really
cringe
Oh my fucking god!
encounter between
you guys are making the album.
A fan and a celebrity.
I saw it online. You got his vocals. And you do look tired. I'll leave you alone.
A terrible goalie. A total shredder with an axe.
Oh, that's what Alex said earlier.
She's right, you do look tired. You should probably get some rest.
Oh.
Do I know you? Rest?
Ooh.
Rest.
That was a good acting moment from this guy.
Rest.
Ooh. He really portrayed mind control really well. Armand, that's so... Oh, this is... Oh, that's the end. All right. What an episode. Rip in peace, Larry. Armand is funny as hell for that. I mean, terrible, but funny as hell for that. Oh my God. The moment he got out, he was like, oop, 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 oop. I wonder what his plan. I'll save it. I'll save it for the Armand section. So, as you know, for this series, I have been pausing in between watching and starting the discussion to write down my thoughts so that I can try and organize things. So, I'll save it for the Armand discussion section. We are 3.5 hours into this recording and I haven't even started the discussion. So let me try really quickly to wrap this up. This is going to be like a 4.5 hour recording, I think. All right. Okay, let's talk about it. I don't know. I was going to split it up into sections. So like we would have, cause we kind of, we're framing this episode around Lestat finally sitting down to record his album, where before all of the music they were writing songs and stuff, but they went straight to touring, and he used his money to pay for whatever reason he decided to go straight to live performances and didn't put out an EP or anything like that. It seems they just put their songs online for streaming on Pandora. Remember that? So now he's creating an album after like 50 tour stops, quite deep in, and it's a posthumous album. So he is acting like the shooting actually killed him. And he's using it as an opportunity to pull the ripcord. But his mom was like, no, you gotta at least record the album not for your human audience, but for your vampire audience. That's basically how we got into this episode. So the album recording itself, I mean, you know how I feel about the band stuff, which is I like it in the sense that I think it's an interesting, it's tough. I like the concept, but I think that I'm struggling with it because this is a 7-episode season. And when I first started this, I thought we were going to get 2 seasons to cover the Vampire Lestat story, and that we were going to push all of the Marius and Akasha and Those Who Must Be Kept stuff to season 4, which I actually still think is happening. We did a Cliff Notes version here. And I thought we were going to hyper focus on Lestat's time in Paris, in Auvergne, and then in Paris, and his relationships with Gabby, Nikki, and Armand, right? I thought we were going to primarily focus on that for like most of the episodes, and then the band stuff was just going to be kind of the framework, and the documentary was just going to be the framework, and then in the modern day, we were going to bring in a couple of storylines for Louis, bringing forward his some of his later storylines, I guess, and create something new just to keep Louis in the story. But I thought the majority of the episodes were going to be primarily about TVL. But we have, for whatever reason, this season decided that we were going to hyper focus on Lestat as a rock star, and build like 70% of this season around that, like so much around that. And it doesn't feel like we are going to, like, I feel like given that we just got Marius and Akasha, I feel like we are going to, and they dropped hints about the concert. I feel like we are going to end the season at the concert now. And I'm like, that's crazy, because how are you going to shove all of TVL into a 7-episode season instead of 2 seasons? So when I thought that the story was going to be covering all of this but across 2 seasons, I was like, oh, okay, the band stuff. Yeah, let's hype up the band stuff. That's interesting. You know, it's an interesting way to take us through the story. And I don't disagree with that on a certain level, but I feel like something is not working for me, and I'm trying to figure out how I feel about it. And I'm also trying to wait until I see the full season to really make a judgment call. But there's something about the framing of the band and the Failures album and the documentary all at once. And by the way, the Failures album is us way in the future, or Lestat way in the future, talking about these events. Like, something about all 3 of those intermixing is not working for me, and I'm still trying to formulate my thoughts around it and why it's not working for me. And a part of me wants to wait, and I definitely want to wait until I get to the end of the season so I can see how the use of those 3 frameworks work in tandem with each other and as a device for the entire season. So, I don't know. We'll see. So he used the shooting from last episode to say, hey, actually, I'm dead. I'm going to pull the ripcord on being a rock star. So this album is a posthumous album. We're pretending like I had already recorded a bunch of these songs and that we are using my vocals, but putting together an album from my vocals after I've died. Kill Me Savagely, or whatever the hell. Killing Me Softly with my own song. I had written down, since we're talking about the shooting, I had written down, I believe I put it in the editing when I edited episode 4, that I'd forgot to talk about the fact that his wounds were very Stigmata-esque. And we have like this, And he's the vampire messiah. Daniel called him that earlier in the season. I want to say episode 1. You know, I mean, Lestat in the books is very much he's very much like. Anne Rice very much wrote him to be like basically vampire Jesus, and then even has him meet Jesus and everything like that, and suck Jesus's blood. He's very much in the books the vampire messiah or whatever the hell. So I did notice the stigmata stuff happening with the gun wounds. So I did want to mention that. But I'm actually quite overwhelmed by this episode, so I'm trying to figure out how I feel about it. What do I want to say? What do I want to say that I haven't talked about already? We're talking about the album. Let's talk about the songs. So we had like 4 songs, little snippets featured in here. But the real song that mattered, if we're being honest, is the Claudia song. So let's talk about the Claudia song. I really liked it. I thought it was really it's probably the best one since The Loneliness. I'm trying to decide, I think for me personally, I liked The Loneliness better as a song. And I think I might have liked how it was. It's tough. This one was a good song. So it's between The Loneliness and this one. What's it called? I assume, given the way songs are written, Stained Glass Eyes is probably the title, if we're being honest. I don't remember what the subtitle said. I'm sure it said it, but just the way the song was, it's probably Stained Glass Eyes. I think it's definitely between these two are the best songs that we've heard so far. Even though I liked Black Licorice as a song, the lyrics are not very good, but I like the song itself. It's definitely not the best song. The Loneliness and this one are the best songs. And I liked whatever instrumental we were getting from the one that's about Akasha. What was the one? The drums that TC was doing. I know he was like, oh no, this is trash, but I liked the drums. I liked whatever they were building there. Very foreboding, very intense. And I believe that was the Akasha song. I'd have to re-listen to it, but yeah, something about that sounded really interesting. And then it goes into, is it obsession or is it a lover's spell? And that's certainly his relationship with Akasha. What is happening between them? What is this feeling? One second. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Anyway, but the Claudia song was definitely the centerpiece, and it's a culmination because he has been avoiding talking about Claudia, and I don't even know if he was honestly talking about Claudia here. I think maybe this is the start of him finally engaging with his feelings about Claudia, because I feel like he's been avoiding them. And the only time we see him talking about Claudia is, again, that moment where he's denying what happened on the train happened, and that as a kind of the only touch point that we've really had. And then he hasn't really been saying her name or anything like that this whole season, until I feel like this episode where we have Louis' storyline with Regina and his grief dovetail into Lestat's storyline and kickstarts his grief that he's been ignoring. The closest we get to him talking about Claudia is when he's talking with Armand and corrects Armand because Armand was trying to skirt accountability and responsibility in his letter that he says to him on the bus. And he's like, no, there was a real trial and real people died. Okay. I believe that was the closest. And then, of course, the song that leads into Big Bus, which was also featured in this episode. But it leads into Big Bus, and he's wearing the Baby Lulu, or a facsimile of the Baby Lulu, you know. Little girl hair and makeup and like doll makeup, but like, you know, smeared and everything. But that, again, I still wish that song had been about what Armand did to Claudia in a more direct way. I still wish that. But this song was definitely about Claudia, and it was more about how he felt seeing her die. And then a little bit, it's interesting because I've been thinking about the songs so far, at least the songs that have been memorable, and that were specifically about muses in some way. And we have the Magnus song, and then the Loneliness, and then we have Why Do I Have to Feel, which we don't hear much of. Why do I have to feel until he sing. It's about Nikki, but he sings it to Louis, and that's when we hear the most of those lyrics. But I've been thinking about the songs and what POV these songs are written in, because the Magnus song is written from Magnus's POV, which made it, you know, which makes it really unnerving and uncomfortable. But this song, I feel like, is from both his and what he believes, what he perceives to be Claudia's POV. Because, of course, we always have to remember that we are experiencing Claudia through the memories and through the bias of people who knew her. And the only time we experience Claudia, sort of, is in her diaries. But those diaries have been touched and moved and cut up, and she herself has, you know, altered them as well. So it's not even authentic Claudia either, because let's all never remember that we don't actually get flashbacks in this show. We don't get real flashbacks. What we actually get are memories. Every flashback is actually a person remembering something. So we never actually will ever see Claudia, because it's always somebody's memory or somebody's perception of Claudia, right? Like, Claudia is not actually an active participant of the story. You know, it's always through some kind of bias, right? And here we have Lestat's idea of Claudia, but specifically a Claudia that is looking at him as somebody who shouldn't forget. What was the lyric? Don't forget the things you regret, something like that. Don't forget what you did, right? Because that was always her mantra. We what was it? We keep the damage to remember the damage, to never forget the damage. That was what she said about when he beat the shit out of Louis, and then put his hands on Claudia first, and then beat the shit out of Louis, and then trashed Royale as he was ragdolling Louis, and then afterwards when he came back and the place was still, well, some of the areas were still trashed, and he was like, "Oh, let's fix this up," and she was like, "No, we keep that so we don't forget it," right? That was Claudia's mantra. So he is incorporating that into a song. So he is, but it's interesting because those words were said in an accusatory, angry tone of somebody who he abused, saying that back to him, right? He put it in his song a little softer, and then we get the actual image of Claudia in his mind. And it's the Claudia who sat with him, playing the piano with him, but it was the Claudia at that point who was plotting to kill him, that he now knows after reading the book that was a point where she was plotting to kill him. Or no, she wasn't. Was she plotting to kill him already there? Sorry, I'm trying to remember that episode when she was wearing that fit. Like, it's interesting because, sorry, let me finish my thought. We see the image of her, but she looks sad and soft and everything like that. And, you know, yearning and whatnot like that, like the lyrics. But we know that that was a Claudia who hated Lestat at that point, because this was after years of emotional and verbal abuse, right? And then every now and then putting his hands on her too. So this is a Claudia who hated him. And so we're seeing his image of Claudia, but it's not her reality. Again, none of these men ever consider her reality. It's always their image of her. Anyway. So she looks softer and yearning. She does look a little like accusatory sometimes in his vision of her. But for the most part, she just looks, you know, sad or soft. And she's got like really soft and hair and you know, pulled back away from her face. And her face is very like structured. She's, you know, obviously Delaney is very beautiful. And she's got this kind of very almost doll-like kind of face, especially in this the fit that they have her in this episode for her ghost, for her muse. I say ghost, but I mean muse. But like, again, when we look back on season 1, this was a her that hated him, that sat down next to him and played piano with him, but was plotting to kill him. This is definitely when she was plotting to kill him, because she sat down with him and started playing the piano and was like, ooh, I have an idea. Why don't we throw a party? I'm pretty sure this is the same moment. So this is her already plotting to kill him. So he took that moment and he made it a really soft, sweet, we're playing this together moment. But it's also when her ashes, after she was dead, are falling down on him in the recording studio. It was just a really evocative scene in terms of like the imagery and everything. Really interesting. Yeah, it was a good song. That was a good song. Yeah. But yeah, it was just a very idealized view of Claudia, I think. But from Lestat's POV now. But then again, the image of her in season 1 was from, well, that was partially Louis, but also partially her diaries, which that's the only entryway we get into her thoughts. Even if she is, like, I don't think she's lying all through these diaries at all. I think sometimes at a certain point she does start writing the diaries with the understanding that at any point either of these guys could violate her privacy again and start reading them. But I do think that she also journals for herself, right? Like even though she is afraid and she's aware that they may violate her privacy, she still journals, you know? I think her journaling after she escapes Lestat and is continuing to journal, I think those are probably the ones that she does for herself more. Because at that point, Lestat is out of their lives, and so I don't think, you know, she no longer has the fear that Lestat is going to read her diary anymore at that point, you know. But yeah, so back to this image of her, and of course that whole sequence is kickstarted because he meets Regina, who looks exactly like her, but you know, a little bit off. She's a different person, and it's clear that she's a different person. I think both Lestat and Louis know that Regina is a different person. Louis is just devolving into, you know, his grief in such a way that he's willing, he says it himself, he doesn't want to believe that she's different, you know. He's willing to sit there and believe the lie if it means that he can pretend that she's there, you know. Whereas Lestat is super uncomfortable with this, clearly feeling emotionally vulnerable about seeing her. And then he immediately goes to try to write a song about her, about seeing her die, because we have to always remember that Lestat was watching her die. And they were locked eye to eye. as she was burning, which of course is in the lyrics. Ooh. Sorry, I gotta check the recording. I heard something snap over here and I was like, ooh, did something turn off? I have anxiety about my recordings. I have lost recording videos, y'all. I have lost recordings. Okay, I gotta be vigilant. Okay. So I do think that there's something interesting there in seeing Lestat's idealized view of Claudia. I think it's interesting that I genuinely thought that we were going to be getting her muse and maybe Louis, but I understand why Louis isn't, all throughout this, because he's actually in contact with Louis in present day, right? So I don't want to say present day, but you know what I mean. He's throughout this tour, he's had intermittent contact with Louis, so I understand why Louis isn't haunting him. But I did think that we would get more of Claudia haunting him throughout the season, but this is the first time that we've seen her. Interesting. So, yeah. I still feel like he's in this song, he was processing, he was trying to process his understanding of how she felt about him. Like the lyrics feel like, okay, this is what she thinks of me. You don't get to forget the things you regret. Don't look away from me, even as I'm dying, as my ashes are spreading, kind of thing. You don't get to look away. You don't get to forget. But he is singing this song from both her POV and his POV, it feels like. It feels like some lyrics are her POV and some lyrics are his POV. Doesn't it feel like that? And they're going back and forth in the song, but it does feel like a bit of a softening. But I mean, that's again his idealized view of their relationship, and not her reality. I think it's really interesting that we had that moment with Vampire Sam going like crying his heart out, like he ain't the one who wrote the lynching play that killed her. Whatever. Whatever. Are we killing Sam by the end of this season? Like I said, Armand is a little trickier because one, it's hard to kill him. He is it would be very difficult to kill Armand, truly and honestly. And that's ignoring the fact that both Lestat and Louis have really tangled, emotions about Armand, right? We do not have those same connections with Sam. Are we killing Sam before the end of this season, y'all? Kill him! Kill him. Why is Vampire Sam working on the song that's about Claudia dying like he ain't the one who helped write the play that killed her? What are we doing? Why is his hands touching this song at all? Brother, I need us to, like I said, there is no emotional connection with Sam that we have with Armand. We don't have any emotional past or anything like that explains why it's difficult to kill Sam. Kill Sam! Anyway. Whatever. Okay, let's move on. We're 4 hours in. Let's move on. This might be a 5-hour video. Okay. Let's switch gears. We're talking about Claudia and the grief and everything like that. Let's talk about Louis and Regina. Woof, what a fucking bunch of scenes. Oh my god. And the whole, let's talk about Regina and this other girl who was playing fake Madeline. I do feel some kind of way about the fact that we had to endure that exploitative kiss. Another kiss for a man, by the way. Like, we've had like three sapphic kisses this whole season, and all three of them were in some way for the man in the scene. Even if this one was like, obviously Louis is not getting any kind of sexual gratification from this because he's a gay man, but they don't know that. They're like, I don't know, you're just hiring us to do this weird shit. I don't know. We don't know anything about you, brother. So they, like, obviously, you know, they're doing their work, and I don't hold it against them or anything like that. Get your bag, sis, right? Both of y'all. Yeah, we really got to talk about Louis and his exploitation of women. What a mess. Like, I know that he is grieving, and I feel for him. I truly, truly feel for Louis. And he is struggling, but I just feel like every time he's struggling, he always turns to, like, using the women in his life in some way. From his you know, when his family was struggling with money, he I don't want to say immediately because we don't know all the ins and outs of when his family started to, their plantation, their wealthy family started to be impacted by Jim Crow laws because, you know, one drop rule started to, you know, affect them far more. More and more and more until their standing in society was, you know, similar to other black people. And the only difference was their wealth, but then their wealth started to decline. And so he started becoming a pimp and exploiting women to regain at least the wealth status so that he and his family could be at least somewhat exempted from some of the things that were happening due to the rise of racism in the South and the specifically Jim Crow South. Like, that's why he started exploiting women in the first place, was so that he could maintain a specific level of wealth that afforded his family protection, some protection, not all protection, but some protection, at least a facsimile of protection from white racist society, right? That's why it started. So we have that, and then of course, you know, he's in the closet and struggling with that, and so he's unburdening himself through Miss Lily. You know, when things get hard every time, you know. And then he, you know, after, you know, his wealth couldn't prevent the destruction of Storyville after he accidentally incited a race war, which, you know, was bubbling anyway, so he was just the inciting incident. But it was already heading towards that. The race relations in that time were definitely, you know, at a boiling point. And he lost his businesses because of that. And then he retreated into his relationship with Lestat, and then he found Claudia and saved her from the fire that was caused by the race war that he accidentally incited, which he told her immediately. But he then, you know, having a hard time in his marriage with Lestat, and Lestat cheating and everything like that, and just him struggling and depressed and not eating, etc. He then, you know, asked Lestat to turn Claudia, and is now using Claudia as a replacement for the emotional affection he wants to get from Lestat in some way. or the intimacy or the emotional like connection that he wants. I think I just said that, so sorry, I said that twice. Like obviously he's not sexually attracted to Claudia, that's not what I mean, but he was very emotionally enmeshed with Claudia, and was absolutely using Claudia as an attempt to salvage his marriage, but also as an emotional, you know, somebody who he could pour emotions into in a way that he wanted Lestat to be, but Lestat wasn't that for him for a variety of reasons we don't have to get into again. But that was how Claudia and him became so emotionally enmeshed, which Claudia talks about in season 2, in the opening of season 2, when she's talking in her diary like, God, I wish his emotions didn't depend on mine anymore. That was because that whole season it was very covert incest between them, where they were becoming so emotionally enmeshed, and emotional boundaries being crossed. In the season that we're examining, the boundaries between Lestat and his mom being crossed and being blurred from his childhood through to 300 years later to the present day. We do also have to talk about how that was happening between Louis and Claudia. The only difference is that, you know, obviously, like I said, Louis is not sexually attracted to Claudia, so it was never going to become like a physical incest thing between them at all. And then also Louis, unlike Gabby, Louis, it was kind of happening almost unconsciously. And he also isn't like Gabby in the sense that when Claudia wants to leave, he encourages her to do that, as far as we know, obviously. But he encourages her to do that, leave, you know, like when she tries to leave and go on the train and he's left on the bench and he sends her off, feeling and knowing and understanding that she wasn't going to come back. Even when she runs away after everything that happened with Charlie, after all of that, and then she runs off, he doesn't want her to go and he's calling out to her, but he didn't stop her from leaving. He didn't grab her and force her to stay. It's you know, like he's not going to force her to be in his orbit, even as he longs to have her with him, right? Whereas Gabby wants to have Lestat be there when she wants him to be there, when she decides that she needs him, and then she tosses him aside when she decides that she doesn't want him anymore. But then she comes back, so she abandons him and comes back, and abandons him and comes back. And only comes back when she needs him or she wants him, you know, like she's controlling that situation. Whereas with Louis, there is an element of when it comes down to it, and if Claudia truly wants to leave and wants to stop, he's heard and he's got like the whole puppy eyes going on, but he allows her to leave every time. There's never a time when he forces Claudia to stay. Never. I believe she leaves like 3 times, right? She leaves when she runs off and she goes to university and study in universities. Then she comes back, right? And then Lestat beats the shit out of them, or mostly Louis, and then just kind of chokes Claudia out, which is still traumatizing. I don't want to say just like it's nothing. But he and then after that, I think she was waiting for him to get better, but I think that Claudia was still planning on having him go off with her and go to try and find other vampires. But of course, everything happens where Lestat comes back in, and then Louis takes Lestat back, and then she has to make a decision on, do I want to leave again, or do I allow this situation, or do I put down rules for our interactions, etc., etc. And then, of course, then she tries to leave one more time and tries to get on the train. And as far as we know, they have not refuted this yet. Like, actually, we've had Lestat say, oh, this stuff on the train didn't happen. That we don't know if he means that the whole train scene didn't happen or if he just means that this one part of the train scene didn't happen. We don't know. But given what we know right now, I know a lot of you are like, no, that whole train scene didn't happen. Guys, oh, this wasn't in her diaries. Guys, until the show shows me that that whole scene didn't happen, I am going to take Louis and Claudia at their word. I need y'all to understand that I will always take Louis and Claudia's word at face value until I see actionable evidence that what they are saying didn't happen. Okay? I need y'all to understand this. I will always take Louis and Claudia's side in this conversation. Please understand that. And if you are not okay with that, I need you to stop watching my videos. Okay? I need you to. Okay? So anyway, until we get concrete evidence that that train scene didn't happen, I'm taking it at face value that that happened. At the very least. So she went off again. Louis encourages her to leave, lets her leave, doesn't try to stop her. She goes off, she gets on the train, she's expecting to leave. Whatever happened that caused her to come back, it happens. And she comes back again. And then the train scene has to happen in some way. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense for Claudia to come back and then try to kill Lestat. It doesn't make any sense in this series. I'm sorry, it doesn't make any sense in this series if the train scene wholesale didn't happen. So it happened. Maybe the words used maybe didn't happen exactly as we saw. But something about that train scene absolutely happened. Because it doesn't make sense for her to come back. It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. Like, she's old enough to exist in the world without them. We literally saw her do that for like 6-7 years. Yes, she struggled and she met Bruce and it was terrible for her. But that was an event that happened for, what was it, like a week or something like that? That happened during her period away from them. But outside of that one moment that happened in, I don't want to say one moment. And obviously it impacted her. But what I'm saying is that that took place in a week or so of time. But every bit of time before that and after that, that was the thing that actually caused her to circle back around. So that happened near the end of the 6 or 7 year period that she was away from them at that time. So that means that she had about 6-7 years of living on her own. She was self-sufficient enough to be able to live on her own. The only thing that happened is that she met this terrible person, Bruce, and then had that horrible experience with him for a week. And then emotionally, after that, she was messed up and hurting, and that caused her to want to come back at that time. But it wasn't because of some kind of like, oh, she can't survive on her own as a girl who looks like she's 14. Like she clearly did for like 6-7 years, right? This isn't the books. In the book, she was like 5-ish, 5-6, something like that. And so she could not operate in the world as somebody who looks like a 5-year-old. She just couldn't. But Claudia in the show looks like she's 15 and could probably get an ID that makes her look like she's 18, 19 if she wanted to. She's just I went through the war and I'm malnourished, right? Like the excuse she used in Paris, right? So she could operate in the world in a way that book Claudia couldn't. But anyway, so she comes back. They try to kill Lestat. They go off to Paris. And then everything that goes down in Paris happens. And it gets to a point where she finds somebody that she actually truly wants to be with, Madeline. And she goes to Louis, and for one more time, she says, I want to leave. I want to go off with Madeline. You have Armand. You can stay here in Paris, but I need to go. And again, Louis doesn't try to stop her. In fact, he tries to find a way to help her by finding a way to transform Madeline. Even though he's angry about Madeline knowing, and he feels like, oh, you're messing up this place, you're tearing things down, you're ruining things. He's saying really terrible, hurtful things to her in that moment. At the end of the day, she explains what she wants, and he tries to manifest that for her, right? And then, of course, and then she actually gets away again. Like, she leaves again. And then it's only because they come back that they get caught up with Armand again. But again, like, it's something that I think is really interesting when we talk about Louis' relationship with Claudia, that even though they're enmeshed and even though he is so emotionally reliant on her in a really burdensome way, and it's not a healthy relationship, it's not a healthy parent-child relationship, and quite frankly, she doesn't even want it to be. She no longer even wants to be considered his child. She wants to be, she actually wants to be her own independent person. I think she settled on sister because she, one, still longs for community and still longed for family, even if she didn't like the family that she had exactly. But it was quite the struggle for her, I think. And so she settled on sister as this is an acceptable, even though she knows that she's also a little bit of replacement for his feelings about his sister. Like, she was supposed to, this burden that he put on her, emotional burden that he put on her to be his family, his friend, his confidant, his emotional partner, like you would a relationship partner, a romantic partner, but without the sex, obviously. Like, he put a lot of hats on Claudia, and she understood that she was that she was made for Louis, right? Like, she was turned into a vampire. She was killed by Lestat and transformed unwillingly. Let us please remember the scene from season 2 during the trial when we see her actual transformation, and it's actually really traumatic and dark. And this was all super unwilling on her part. She was killed for Louis. She was transformed for Louis. She exists for Louis. She exists to be an emotional receptacle for Louis. And she is keenly aware of that, which is why she struggled so much with Louis. And she wanted to get away. And like I said, every time Louis would let her go, like he was emotionally dependent on her, but he never really tried to stop her from leaving, which I think is super interesting. What was I gonna say? I think that this storyline with Louis and Regina is actually so far the best paced storyline in this show. I feel like, because it's grown from, the beginning where he learns about Bruce, and then he goes to kill Bruce, and then he realizes that is not satisfying. Well, I guess it goes even further back, because he randomly meets this woman in New York, and he follows her into the diner and realizes, wait, it's her, it's not her, it's her, it's not her. And then he tells Daniel about it, and then he learns about Bruce. And so he tries to redirect his grief and his energy into getting revenge against Bruce. It does not satisfy. And instead, he goes to go see her. And that satisfies him in a way that the death of Bruce did not. And then that spirals out of his control because his grief starts taking over. And it becomes this really exploitative thing. But that echoes the emotional dependency that he put Claudia through as well. It very much echoes that. Again, like I said, a lot of times when Louis is struggling, he ends up exploiting women to get through it. It's a thing. This is it's multiple times we've seen this on our screen, right? And here we have that again, except it's a more in-your-face kind of exploitation. And then but it is, like I said, it is him devolving into grief. But I think that this is actually probably one of the more well-paced storylines because it's had room to breathe, right? We get to sit with him and Regina and we get to breathe with them, right? And their scenes are really strong because of that. And it's also because it's an extension of everything we've seen before, season 1 and season 2. So it feels like a progression in terms of the story that is connected to the previous seasons in a more tangible way, in my opinion. Like we're not introducing new things. Like Louis's grief is something that he has been dealing with for all 3 seasons. The reason that he even started the interview is so that he could conceptualize not just his life, but the way that he feels about Claudia and her death and her loss. All of his grief throughout the years in San Francisco has been primarily about losing Claudia. Claudia is the center of his exploration of his self, right? But again, very burdensome for her, but it's Louis's reality. So we have to acknowledge that that's what's happening. So, but because of that, it feels like a continuation of that. And so it feels like just another facet of something that we've been sitting with and we've been wrestling with for 3 seasons now, right? So it just feels more emotionally earned, in my opinion. All of this stuff that's happening with Louis feels really emotionally earned. Actually, all the stuff that's about Claudia feels really emotionally earned, in my opinion. I guess we got to figure out how Lestat feels about Claudia once he actually acknowledges more concretely how he abused her. Because I feel like he constantly is skirting around it. Even during the trial when he turned to go to talk about how he dropped Louis from the sky, even there he wasn't talking to Claudia. So it doesn't feel like he in any way was dealing with his relationship with Claudia and his culpability and his responsibility there. And then we get here where this is the season where we are supposed to actually get how he feels about Claudia. And I feel like he's been skirting that and avoiding talking about her, other than occasional moments until this episode. So again, it does feel a little bit more earned, in my opinion. But I feel like this is about to start us on Lestat finally dealing with his own grief about Claudia, right? So I'm sure we're going to carry this into the next episode. This feels like the start of it. So I hope that the last 3 episodes are going to really delve into Lestat and his emotions about Claudia. So we'll see. We're almost 4.5 hours in, so let's switch gears. All right, I've talked about that. Let's talk about these crypt scenes. Because that's the next big thing of this episode is Akasha, right? Akasha, we met Marius, we met Akasha, we met Marius. We got to see the beginnings of the connection between Lestat and Akasha and Lestat and Marius. We got a little bit of a nod to Marius and Armand, but we're not delving into that, I don't think, much this season. Yeah. I know there's a whole section in the books, in the Vampire Lestat book, that's fully dedicated to Armand and Armand's past with Marius. And then there's a whole section that's dedicated to Marius and his past, and then his past with Akasha and the origins of their people, and then his relationship with Lestat. We're not getting most of either of those things. I don't think this season. We don't have time. We don't have time to delve into Armand's past and psyche and his relationship with Marius, and we don't have time to delve into the history of the vampires. We got a Cliff Notes version from Marius himself, with a lot of fucking edits from the book. So let's talk about the TV version of Marius. Let's talk about it before we get into Akasha. Let's talk about the TV version of Marius. What are they doing with Marius? It's interesting. I don't know. I don't think that I hate it, but it's a little confusing, the decision to do this with Marius, to merge his character with the previous keeper who intentionally left Akasha and then kill out in the sun to kill them. And then he accidentally discovered, hell, that doesn't kill them, that just kills all the rest of us. But instead of it being an intentional thing, I think I would have liked it a little bit more if this was Marius like actually being done with the job and trying to kill Akasha and then kill. But then that would also feel like a betrayal of Marius's character. I don't know. We'll have to see what they do with the Marius of the TV show. The decision to merge him with the Keeper is going to create a really interesting, different character for Marius than I was expecting, I think. And what does that mean for his relationship with Lestat and his relationship with Armand? Because Marius and his two completely different relationships with Marius and with Lestat and Armand fuels a lot of the relationship between Lestat and Armand. The different ways that he treats them, and that he talks about them, and that he values them in two completely different ways that unfortunately positions, especially Armand, in a position engenders a lot of resentment for Lestat, in the different way that Marius treats Lestat versus him. And that in the show, if they actually dig into that in the show is going to have some very different connotations, with Armand now being South Asian, Bengali specifically. Not that those connotations weren't existing in the books, because he was Eastern European in the books. He was Ukrainian. So there was certainly there's certainly a lot of xenophobia when it came to Marius's relationship with Armand, and a lot of like really, Orientalist style, language that he would use about Armand and to Armand and about Armand's people in the books. And so that carries over as well to the TV show, I'm sure, if they do it right. If they do that story right, we're going to feel the difference in the way he treats both of them. And I believe they're going to touch on it. I don't know how much this season, but certainly in future seasons, or if we get that spinoff that focuses on Armand and Daniel and Marius and everybody from the Tiscommon bloodline, we are going to delve into it there, or in whatever future episodes that we get that are Armand and Marius focused. I think we've gotten a couple of hints that we're definitely going to still cover the weird Orientalist xenophobic way that Marius treated Armand in the books and now in the show. And it's just going to have a different level, a different vibe now that show Armand is South Asian, is Bengali. Yeah, all those barbarians and savage and your savage land and shit like that is going to feel very different coming out of Marius's mouth with this Armand. I mean, it was bad in the books. It was still bad in the books. Don't get me wrong. But it's going to feel very different in this climate in 2026 or whenever we get those seasons. I guess 2028, because we're going to get another 2 years before we get the next season. 2028, it's going to feel very different. Let's just say that. But these changes to Marius means that his relationship with Lestat is a little bit different. Because he's the one that dubs Lestat the Brat Prince, right? Like that, he's the one that, if I remember correctly, Marius is the one that gives Lestat that name. But he finds him, he treats him like, oh, you're so incorrigible kind of vibe, you know? Whereas Armand is kind of the redheaded stepchild. Like, and I mean that quite literally. He treats Armand a little bit, like when we're talking about mentorship and stuff like that, he kind of treats Armand like the redheaded stepchild. Like, yes, obviously he's super obsessed with Armand, and he's super fetishizing with Armand, and you know, he's all about trying to tame this wild boy, you know. I don't want to say that because it's not always that. He also wants. It's tough. It's tough. Marius is a very hypocritical, contradictory person. So he has a little bit of. He treats Armand a little bit. He's very back and forth with Armand. You know, very Gabby-like, I guess, in certain ways. He's very back and forth with him. So we're not going to talk about that because I want to talk about Marius and Lestat. But for Marius and Lestat sees Marius as like a father figure, the maker that he should have had with Magnus, you know, like he should have had a maker that could teach him and that could stay and that didn't burn himself in front of him and quite frankly didn't transform him in this violent, horrible way, you know. He even as he simultaneously hates Magnus, he also resents Magnus for not even, you did all of this to me and you didn't even stick around to be my maker kind of vibe. And so when he meets Armand and learns about Marius, and Armand, who was bought by Marius, then tutored by Marius, and he was going to school and he was being educated by Marius in Venice and everything like that. For Lestat hearing this, he's like, oh, well, that's the best kind of maker. I won't, you know, and then of course his ass, you know, given his incestuous trauma with his own mother, probably doesn't even think of the fact that Marius was molesting Armand all throughout this as a weird thing. Like, you know, I guess. So he hears about Marius and he's like, oh, that I wish I had that maker. It's very grass was greener on the other side kind of thing. Very silver spoons of both of them. Like Lestat wishes that he had the relationship that he perceives Marius had with Armand, and Armand wishes that he had the relationship that he perceives Marius had with Lestat. It's very rivalry, stepbrothers kind of thing. Meanwhile, Marius is just a creep, like just a controlling douchebag, but paternalistic as hell. So he loves being people's mentor. So he's always trying to put himself in a position to be somebody's mentor. Ugh. Anyway, I'm trying not to let my feelings about Marius myself color the way that these two feel about Marius, but it will. Anyway, so it does change it a little bit because instead of Lestat going out there, again, Lestat is the guy who does things. The reason that he's actually quite a good protagonist for these books after the first book is because he is a character that goes out there and does things. He makes things happen, right? Like he's an agent of change in people's lives and in the world, right? It's what makes him a good protagonist. But in the show now, I feel like they are stripping some of that away from him because he's not the one that goes out to get the wolves. It's his mom that tells him to do it, that challenges him to do it. He's not the one that like is searching high and wide and never giving up about finding Marius, even after everybody says Marius isn't out there. Gabby leaves him because she's like, yo, forget all of this. Let's go out in the woods and be animals and be monsters in the woods together, yada, yada, yada. And then he's like, no, I want to keep looking for Marius. And then she leaves him behind. I don't want to say abandoned, but she leaves him behind. And then he's like, no, I gotta find Marius. And he ends up burying himself. But then Marius comes to get him because he's been going around searching for Marius. Like, and he'd never given up about that. And then he takes him back. And, you know, Marius is like, don't go into that room. And then Lestat said, a keep out sign on the door? I'm going in there. And he goes in there and he finds Akasha and he starts playing her music or whatever. And she wakes up because because he has gumption. She wakes up and allows him to feed from her blood and feeds from his blood. And then in the books, like, that's when Kill wakes up and then tries to kill Lestat, because feeding from her blood is one thing, but her feeding from his blood is intimacy. So, and Kill gets really jealous, and then he attacks Lestat, and then that's when Marius comes back and realizes that Lestat had disobeyed him and had gone in there instead. And then he kind of rips Kill off of him and settles them back down, and you know, tells Lestat to go out and go live his life, yada yada yada. But in the show, that's not what happened. Akasha is the one that chose Lestat. So instead of Lestat choosing to go and boldly, you know, interact with Akasha, even though everybody tells him, you know, Marius just told him don't do that, and he's defying it. Instead, it's Akasha who does it. So now it's not Lestat who's doing it. So that's weird. I feel like we're doing a lot of weird stuff like that with them, with Lestat this season. And I can't tell if that's actually just the story or if this is happening because Lestat is looking back and is telling us this story. But we can't live like this, right? Watching this show. We can't just say everything is unreliable because Lestat is telling the story. We have to, in order to connect with this season, we have to just take it at face value. That Lestat is recounting things as they happened, as truthfully as possible, right? So we have to, otherwise nothing in this season matters, right? So we have to just believe that these scenes that he's having about Akasha happened exactly as he said, and that Akasha truly did send Marius out there to get him and bring him back, right? And then Marius leaves him and goes on vacation. But again, is that Akasha telling him to do that, or is that Marius? No, it has to be Akasha telling him to do that, because now we know that Akasha went out there and said, bring me Lestat, son of Magnus, and is like basically training him and grooming him into becoming the next keeper. So she was intending on Marius leaving. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Yeah. Whew. I don't know what's happening there, but it does change the dynamics quite a bit to have Akasha be the one that she's been plotting this for a long time, that even before, this wasn't an accident. This wasn't because of something that Lestat did, but it's Akasha. It's always been Akasha's plan to have Lestat take care of her, and to make Lestat her new minion and her new keeper. That's where make Lestat her new keeper and her new partner, and then her new Enkill eventually. Which makes me truly think that whatever Marius said about Enkill's death is some bullshit. I think that this must have been a plan from Akasha. Akasha must have woken up at some point while Marius probably Marius got drunk after he accidentally drank a guy who was drunk, fell asleep, and in that moment, Akasha used that as an opportunity to wake up, kill Enkill, and then come back. I think maybe she wasn't intending on the burning to happen, but it did, and Marius woke up from that. But Akasha was back where she was, and then now he thinks that he killed Enkill. Well, I mean, I guess he partially did, because either way, he was left outside. Or does he not remember it because he was drunk? Wow, I need to know more about what happened there. Because something about what happened and what was told to Lestat, and I know we have to remember that this is Lestat remembering it and retelling it to us years later, many years later. over 100 years later. I know we have to remember that, and we have to understand that. So maybe he's not remembering it right. Or maybe because this is he's telling the story post Queen of the Damned, he actually has more information about exactly what happened. And so he's, again, using his future knowledge to tell this story, and he's using creative license to embellish it. Oh, I think I only briefly talked about it. That's why I think sometimes these muses have knowledge of things that happen in the future. We had it happen 3 times, right? We had Baby Jinx in the pilot when she was having her out-of-body experience, talking about things that happened to Lestat and having knowledge of Lestat that she wouldn't have if that truly was her spirit, right? And that was him setting into place his framing device. Future Lestat telling a story, weaving a story, is now setting into place his framing device using the muses. So she had future knowledge that technically Lestat had, because he's telling this from the future. And then we had it again with I feel like we had it again with Magnus, when Magnus predicted TC becoming a vampire, specifically lining TC up in a line of Lestat's fledgling. So I think that when they turn the ban, TC especially is going to be changed by Lestat. Maybe they all will be changed by Lestat, but TC for sure was at the table that Magnus mentioned. And actually, she was the only one. So actually now I'm thinking she's the only one that's going to be turned by Lestat, and maybe the other 2 will be turned by Gabby. Or I guess Sam is also there, so maybe Gabby and Sam, or Gabby or Sam. But I think TC specifically is going to be changed by Lestat, because she was mentioned as at the table when Magnus talked about it, which of course is the future. That was Muse Magnus. That was Lestat in the future, using the Magnus Muse as a creative license to talk about what's going to happen shortly, you know. And then we had it again here with Child Lestat Muse, talking about, again, things that he wouldn't know if he was truly a ghost. And so, oh, your phone is about to ring. That's, again, a muse talking about something that hasn't happened yet. Because this is future Lestat weaving a story. Interesting. Okay, interesting. I've already talked about Amel during the episode, so I'm not going to talk about it again. And I've talked about the speech, which was impeccable. Loved Sheila's performance in that. Best scene of the episode, easily. All right, we are almost 5 hours in. Let's wrap this up and talk about Armand. Armand. So we had Armand and Daniel. They had one scene, Daniel doing man on the street interviews about trying to wrap up this documentary and incorporating his fake death into the documentary. And he's trying to get people's reaction to the death of Lestat. And he's interviewing this vampire, and Armand is able to puppeteer this vampire, jump into his body, very Akasha-like, by the way. Again, they have been doing, I do like the way that they have been building the Akasha Armand parallels this season, I feel like. Which again, like I mentioned, I feel like we had those in Queen of the Damned. This kind of parallel between Akasha and Armand, and even had Lestat note the similarities between them, even as we use that book to showcase, and Devil's Minion, to showcase exactly how different they are from each other, and why Akasha was not able to change versus Armand, who is able to change, and how he's able to advance forward in eternity in a way that Akasha, we just couldn't allow Akasha to anymore at that point. I don't know if they're going to do the exact same thing in the show, but I do like that we are positioning Armand and Akasha as very similar in their behaviors. Even the come to me that she says to Lestat here, because we always have to remember, come to me was first said, it's, as far as we know in the show canon so far, the first person to say "come to me" chronologically is Armand. Armand said it to Lestat. Viens à moi, I think is how you're supposed to say it in French. Sorry, I don't speak French. Viens à moi. He says that to Lestat. Lestat takes that and uses it with Louis, and he uses it with Gabby. And then now we find out that in between Armand using it with Lestat, Akasha also used it with Lestat. Again, paralleling, because those are the two people that used it. I don't think we ever heard Magnus use it. I think it truly was just Armand and Akasha are the first two people to use that with him. So then Lestat takes that on from both of them, and then starts using it with Louis. And this season we find out that he uses it with Gabby as well. I feel like in the books everybody was using it, but so far in the show it's been a very specific through line. But Akasha's a new one because Akasha seemingly doesn't know. But I was gonna say Akasha seemingly doesn't know Armand, but now we know that she went out there and she's been searching through the bloodlines for a keeper. So she easily could have encountered Armand. In her mental search, her mind gift search through the bloodlines. Or at the very least, she could have been following or watching Lestat and saw Armand say that to him. Like, we don't even actually know what the hell was going on there. Because now that we know that Akasha was out there and searched for Lestat, she could have been observing his whole life from the moment he became a vampire to now. Right? Like, so now I'm like, maybe she was there when Armand used it first and heard it and adopted it herself. And then or maybe she just read his mind right there in the crypt. You know, at that point she had, at that point it was 1900. So he had been there at least 10, 20 years or so, because he was in the dirt for 80 years. And then there was a period of time after that. So yeah, I think he went into the dirt around the turn of the century, 1800-ish. Then he spent 80 years in the dirt. So it was 1880-ish, maybe 1880-ish, maybe 1890, something like that. And then he was, hit 1900s after his service. So somewhere from 10, 20 years before. Maybe it wasn't exactly 1800 that he went into the dirt. So maybe it was a little after. No, because wait, when did the burning happen? The burning happened in 1802-ish, I think. I have to look at it again. 1 second. Okay, I just rewound the episode. So 1802, it happened in December 1802 that the burning happened. And it took them months to recover. So we don't know exactly how much time between then and when we got to Spain. That we don't know how much time it was between then, because Gabby was with him when the burning happened, and then they somehow made their way to Spain. We don't know how much time that was there. So that happened in the 1800s that she left him in Spain. So it could have been so us when Lestat arrived in the crypt, it could be probably 1882. No, probably anywhere from 1883 to 1890, I would say. And then he was there until 1900 when they had New Year's, and then he gave her the blood, and then she drank from him, and he drank from her, and then he was up in the air for 3 days. So it was still 1900 still January of 1900 when Marius comes back and reassumes being the keeper and throws Lestat out. And doesn't have any of the conversations that he has with Lestat because he was gone. See what I mean? Where they totally adjusted and changed completely the relationship between Marius and Lestat, because Marius and him had a number of conversations. Because he was there for a few days at least, I think, in the books, and they were like talking throughout, talking about the history of their people, and Marius was talking about his own turning and his life up to now, and a little bit. They didn't go deep into Marius's feelings about Armand, except for a little bit in a conversation. Like, we didn't have full flashbacks of Armand from Marius's POV until much later when we got Blood and Gold. But we did get Marius talking about Armand a little bit, and his relationship with Armand a little bit. And then he warned Lestat, because in the books, Armand is 17 when Marius turned him. And Marius is like, oh, that was the worst thing that I've ever done, yada, 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 was turning him as a child. And so he warns Lestat, don't turn children. And then Lestat immediately goes out. I don't want to say immediately. I'm exaggerating, hyperbole. But he goes out and he makes Claudia, in complete, I don't want to say defiance, but in the books, it was very much against what Marius just told him. But we don't get any of that. We don't get any conversations between Marius and Lestat. And so what is that going to do for the Marius-Lestat mentorship? And I mean, I guess it could still happen, I think, but they're not going to be as close unless we're moving that relationship to present day. So we're going to build that relationship again in present day, maybe, I guess, yeah, I guess I could see them doing that. And, they would have some kind of kinship now because Lestat spent a decade, 2 decades, 10, 15 years, something like that, being the keeper. I mean, obviously that's nothing compared to Marius's 2,000 years of being the keeper, but still, interesting. Sorry. We're like almost 5 hours in. Sorry. Yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Armand. I totally segued. You guys, y'all just gonna have to live with my scatterbrain. It's so late and I need to go to work tomorrow. Okay, let me keep going. All right, Armand. Yeah, Armand and Marius. Armand and Marius. Let's talk about Armand and Marius, because I think what we got here were scenes with him and Daniel, and we're not delving into this because we're just not delving into Armand's psyche in this season. I've come to grips with that we are removing all of the section that's about Armand from these books. We're not covering any of the stuff in the Vampire Lestat that was about Armand, except for in snippets. And we're reshuffling his storyline so that other people do things that he did in the books, which, woo, I don't know how I feel about it. I have mixed emotions about it. It depends on what they do in these final 2 episodes. Now that he's actively back in the story, we'll see how they handle it. But right now, he has reconnected with Daniel. He is very much manipulating Daniel. You always kind of got to approach Armand from like this level of, every time you see Armand do something, you kind of have to measure him, like, this is sincerity and this is manipulation, and where are we on the scale? How much is manipulation and how much is sincerity and how much is manipulation? Every conversation you kind of have to have with him like that. And I feel like last episode when he was doing his apology tour, his 12 steps, right? we had that first conversation with him and Daniel, and I feel like actually his sincerity in that first conversation in the bowling alley was much higher. There's still, it's almost, whenever you talk about Armand, it's almost never all the way like this or all the way like this. It's never all sincerity and it's never all manipulation. It's always somewhere in the middle, almost always. Very rarely all the way one way or the other, right? Very rarely. And I feel like we got quite a bit of both last episode. Like when he was talking to Daniel, I felt like he was more sincere than he was not sincere. But I do think there was manipulation there. Now, what was the manipulation about in that last episode? I actually think the manipulation was more about the way that he approached him, as like, you know, with the soft hair, really soft makeup he put on and kohl around his eyes, and he wore the like really comfy sweater, and he was all covered up to his neck and very guarded and very nervous. And I think that letter was probably actually the most sincere letter that he had last episode, but it was still manipulation in the way that he presented himself when he was talking to Daniel at that time, right? And then we get the scene with him and Lestat on the bus, and his scale flips more like this. Because that whole conversation felt like manipulation. That felt like some bullshit. He did not believe a single thing he wrote in that letter. Like, it's very noticeable that the letter with Daniel that we did not hear. We did not hear that letter. Let us remember that we actually only heard like the first 2 or 3 sentences of that letter. So in the first 2 or 3 sentences of that letter, he actually said, I have harmed you and I am sorry and I want to make amends, right? Like, he started that letter off genuinely with that. Whereas when you look at the Lestat letter, that Lestat letter does not even once mention, I'm sorry, I want to make amends, or anything like that. He just went straight into super overly flattering language and like, oh, your dynamic personality overwhelmed me. I didn't know what I would do, and all of your help rebuilding the coven, and you know, I was just delusional, and there was, you know, and then he spends the whole letter skirting his own responsibility there and trying to reword it so that you know, like he can't be held responsible for anything that happened in Paris or anything that happened at the trial. He very carefully like skipped the matinee production, remember that? Like, again, manipulation, matinee production, and then he went straight to, oh, us in the tower and everything like that. I was shocked that you didn't even say anything. And like, oh, I felt like it was torture, and now I know it was, what did he say? Richness of spirit, like whatever. Like, but that was like max. So when you take the scales of Armand, it was very much manipulation. And very little sincerity, right? Again, I do think that genuinely Armand values his relationships with these specific vampires that he has attempted to be companions with. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, he's not actually going... I don't know, then maybe in the show they might change this up. But right now, I don't think that he actually wants to kill Lestat or actually wants to kill Louis, and certainly absolutely does not want to kill Daniel, right? Like, but he doesn't mind manipulating Lestat in order to get an outcome that he wants, right? He doesn't mind going against Lestat, and he doesn't mind harming Lestat. He doesn't mind, I mean, for him, you know, your mileage may vary on what he believes harm to be, you know? You know, from other people's point of view, interacting with Armand is like a horror show. None more obvious in this episode when we're talking about sincerity and manipulation, the scales of Armand, right? Like, we have the first scene with Daniel and Armand in this episode, and manipulation is higher than sincerity in this one. Whereas last episode, I think his interactions with Daniel were very much more on the sincere side, and certainly the last interaction last episode where they meet on the street, that was almost completely max, right? Sincerity, because he wasn't planning on it. Daniel followed him out. He was frustrated by everything like that. And I feel like he was being really real with him when he was, yelling at him, I'm your maker. I can't read your mind and get off of me. I don't know what's happening with our bond. I feel like that was the realest we've seen him be with Daniel. Like, I feel like, the bowling alley scene was probably more like this, and then the end of the episode was probably more like this in terms of sincerity. There's still a little bit of manipulation because then he starts talking about the Great Conversion stuff. But then Daniel puts him on the back foot with the whole, was Dubai fake? And then it flips even more into sincerity. Because in that moment when he goes, no, it wasn't fake. He was totally blindsided by that question. And he was like, no, it wasn't fake. It was love. I think that was full sincerity. I think that was the most sincere we have ever seen Armand, right? But then this episode, no. He went there with an agenda. He is approaching Daniel with a full-on agenda. Again, I don't think it's all the way manipulation. I think it's probably like this, right? It's probably more like this, right? So manipulation for sure, but still a little bit of sincerity. He truly does want to be his maker. He truly does want to be in Daniel's life. He truly does want to teach him and help him grow, and he wants to step up as his maker, right? But he also is using this as an opportunity to do something nefarious. I don't want to say nefarious, actually. He's being manipulative to achieve a specific goal with regards to the Great Conversion, with regards to his ideological difference about the Great Conversion against Gabby and now against Lestat, right? And he very carefully dropped certain information that he knew Daniel could then use to destabilize Lestat. I believe that's also why he killed Larry. He killed Larry in a very specific way, by the way. He didn't kill him like a vampire. He killed him in his usual way of suicide baiting people. But he didn't do that to eat Larry. Usually he does that with the expectation that he's going to bite Larry or bite his victim and eat them, right? That's how he hunts. Or he has two ways of hunting. He draws you out and makes you, suicidal, makes you beg for it, like Louis says, right? But sometimes he likes to hunt a little bit beforehand, so he'll, do a little bit of a chase, with them. Like he did with that guy from Dubai. I don't remember his name, sorry. And then he, like Louis said, makes you beg for it or whatever. But he's clearly not hunting Larry for food. He did that for an agenda. And I do think that it's somehow supposed to destabilize the band and interrupt the band in some way. Because he very carefully just sat down next to him at Larry's lowest. He primed him. If we assume that Alex saying that to him earlier in the episode was priming Larry, then when he meets him on the platform later, Larry has been primed. He's been depressed. He's been separated from them. He's been abused this entire season by Lestat, professionally abused and emotionally abused by Lestat, repeated over and over and over and over again, right? And then, and presumably this has been happening for 2 years because he's known Lestat for 2 years, and Lestat has been on his fucking neck the entire time. And it was even thinking about killing Larry himself earlier in the season, and the only thing that stopped him was his panic attack on stage and the muses coming to him, yada yada yada, right? And so presumably he's been acting like that with Larry the whole 2 years that they've been in a band together. So Larry's at his lowest, so he waits until then. Larry has the conversation with the fan. The fan is now a corroborating witness that Larry was super depressed and he was upset about his bandmate dying. Like, if the police, reads off this report, from witness testimony, this witness is going to just truly think that Larry was at his lowest after the death of his bandmate, after he left the band, he's struggling with the album, and he, in his depression, just decides to kill himself right there. That fan is going to have a terrible time. She's probably going to blame herself and think that her conversation is what caused Larry to jump in front of a train. Ooh, she's going to be really traumatized from that. Oh, sorry, sister. But yeah, so he waited very carefully for Larry to be in a really tough place. And then he talks to him and tells him, does his whole thing, his mind control thing, tells him the rest, and then he jumps. But it's going to look like, from outside observer, when anybody goes to investigate this, it's going to look like a normal suicide. It's not going to look vampiric in nature at all, which tells me that the point of it was not like terrorizing Lestat or anything like that. It's something else. It's something else to destabilize it. Is he trying to make Lestat and the rest of the band feel guilty about Larry killing himself and feel like it's their fault, and maybe make them stop playing because they feel so guilty about a band member killing themselves because of it? Like, you know, even though he's an ex-band member, he still was a band member. He still was their friend, and they've known him for years and years. And Alex is also there, and that's his brother. Is that what we're getting? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why Armand specifically did this, you know? And why did he do this to Larry, but he hasn't killed Alex? In fact, he used mind control to make Alex a thrall, and then sent Alex back in to the band. His sobriety is all fucked. What is Armand planning? It's something. These are not things that he's doing randomly. He's not being chaotic or anything like that. He's not doing this for no reason. He's doing this with a specific goal in mind, presumably to stop or interrupt the Great Conversion by interrupting Lestat's music, not knowing, of course, that there's more happening there already and that it's kind of too late to do that. But, like, what does he hope that this is going to achieve? I don't think there's any way for me to know. So, until we get the last two episodes. And then hopefully it'll fall into place. But I think that's interesting. Okay. Let's talk about, so I wanted to talk about, so it's manipulation, yada, yada. Let's talk about that conversation with Daniel, because I've talked about it earlier, so I don't want to repeat the stuff that I said there. But I do think it's interesting to think about Armand as a maker with a fledgling, especially in the episode in which we got to meet his maker and see his maker and what his maker thinks of him as a fledgling. We got to experience that. And this concept of a maker who abandons you, which is something that we've been talking about all season with Lestat and his maker Magnus. Lestat as a maker with Gabby, which we brought up again in the conversation with Daniel, and the comparison between Armand and Daniel as maker fledgling, as father-son, versus Lestat and Gabby as maker fledgling, but son-mother, right? And then, of course, we have the comparison with Akasha, who is the ultimate maker. She's the maker of us all. She is the mother of us all, right? And how his relationship, Lestat's relationship with Akasha mirrors his relationship with Gabby, and how Akasha and Armand are paralleled and mirrored with each other, and how they experienced Lestat. Hopefully we'll get into that. We'll get into Armand and Lestat in the last 2 episodes. Please, God. Let us actually examine their relationship, please. But you know, this concept of what does it mean for Armand to be a maker, and of course he's framing it, the only example he has is Marius, right? Like the only example he has of, like, and when I say that, obviously he knows vampires and he has experienced vampires with their own children and yada yada yada. But you know what I mean, right? Like, I can know somebody who has kids, but if I'm modeling my behavior on what it means to be a parent, I am most likely going to think about what it meant for me to be a child with my parents. Those are the first people that you learn about parenthood is with your own parents, right? And then you might incorporate how your brother or how your sister treats their kids and how your best friend does or how your uncle, like you might incorporate that. But your first thought and your first memory, if you had any relationship with your parents, is about your parents, right? Like, obviously it's different for me because I may not have talked about this on these videos that you guys have seen, but my parents died when I was very young. And so I was raised by my grandmother and my aunt. But still, they were my guardians, my parents. So when I think about parenthood, I think about them, not my actual parents. Because they died before I had any kind of memory of them at all. So, like, I think about that. I don't actually want to have children. I have absolutely zero desire to ever have children myself. But when I think about parenthood, I do think about, like, the way that my grandmother and my aunt raised me, basically, and what I would do and what I wouldn't do. I mean, that may be why I don't want to have kids, quite frankly. But anyway, we're not here to talk about me. Let's talk about Armand and what he thinks about when he's thinking about being a maker. And his first experience is Marius, which is probably one of the worst examples he could think of, but it's also wrapped up in his education as he went from being a sex slave into being Marius's fledgling. Well, no, actually there was a period of time in between. So see, the way Armand thinks of makers is he also wraps it up in parenthood. Right? Like, he's not just thinking of, oh, he's my maker. He's also considering Marius to be sort of his father figure, his mentor, and his lover at the same time as he is his maker and his murderer. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, these are all intertwined concepts for Armand. So when he's talking to Daniel and he's trying to figure out how to interact with Daniel, he's, at least in the books, he takes on attributes and aspects of Marius because that's the maker that he knew, and that's how he interacts with Daniel in a number of ways. And so in this scene, he approaches Daniel in a very similar way to how he approached Lestat and how he approached Louis. I can teach you things. I can teach you my power. I have knowledge. I at the very least can be a teacher to you. I think that absolutely traces back to Marius because that's how Marius interacted with him. Yes, I may be, your lover and your savior, but I'm also your teacher. I might be your father, but I might be your lover, your savior, your father, but I'm also your teacher. And that's how, and he learned things with Marius. Like, he was educated in Venice with a great scholar. That's what Marius is, regardless of how I feel about him. He is, in fact, a scholar, and a certain level of philosopher, to a certain extent. And so he was educated in that way. And Venice is, like one of the most important cities in Italy. So he was educated in Venice, with some of the best education probably you could have. At the time, Renaissance Venice, but so he's approaching his relationships in a transactional way of, I have knowledge I can bestow upon you, or I can teach you. And he even says that to Louis in their final breakup moment, where he was like, we are teachers of each other. That's how he frames his relationships. When he wants to grow romantic intimacy with someone, he falls back on the Marius tried and true method of, oh, I'm fucking you, but also I'm your teacher. Which is a crazy, but that's how it is. That's how he frames his relationships. It's interesting that he chose a story to tell to Daniel of Daniel being in some kind of he wasn't a teacher. Like the way that he talked about it, he was doing a reading nearby a university. But whatever way, he had an inappropriate relationship with a student. I don't want to say relationship. That's not. They had sex in a car. Let's talk about that for a second. What do we think happened there? The show made that very ambiguous, but the wording was very like, was this aggressive sex or was this full-on sexual assault? And the wording of it can kind of go either way. Like we can take it as maybe so Daniel was doing a reading in town for a book that he had written, right? If this was the 90s, then he was 20 in San Francisco. So this is 17 years later. So he's 37, right? So he's 37. He's written at least one book, maybe more. He's doing a reading in, where were we? Amherst, Massachusetts. We're in Massachusetts. He's doing a reading. And then some students, Amherst, Massachusetts. Yeah. He's doing a reading and then some students are attending for extra credit, which is a thing. Like I did that too. When I was in college, a teacher would have certain extra credit for a semester and then you could choose, like, you start the semester and there's literal different things that you can do throughout the semester to earn extra credit. Like I did it for my theater. I was a theater student for a time when I was in college. And so one of the things that my teachers would do is you could go to a local production and then maybe write up like a few pages of a paper, maybe not even that. Sometimes you could just attend and you could get a little bit of extra credit, and then you get a little bit more if you write a paper about the performance that you saw. That's how, that's something that I did for extra credit in college. So I could see a teacher, maybe a journalism student, or journalism class has like a series of extra credit activities you could do locally. And, obviously if he's doing a reading, then this is something that has been scheduled and planned out. So a teacher puts on their syllabus that, hey, there's these readings nearby. You can attend one of them and get some extra credit. So a bunch of students, what do you say, four students go to attend this reading that this journalist is doing about his book or his career or whatever. And you can probably pick up a ticket stub and take it back to the teacher and get extra credit, or maybe you got to write a paper, take it back to the teacher and get extra credit. But while this student is there, it's interesting the way that Armand worded it. It's interesting to think about this scene, actually. Let's think about it. Let's break this scene down. I know we're nearly 5.5 hours in. Let's break this scene down. So Armand, let's kind of rewatch it. Hold on, give me a second. All right, let's break this scene down again. Let's watch it again and let's break it down.
That was my gag reflex.
What does he actually
I'm in
say?
love with you. Prove it.
Yeah, he's got to prove it.
February 11, 1990. A reading at...
Okay, 1990, Amherst,
Massachusetts.
Right.
4 students attend, 3 are there for extra credit. 1 is there for you to...
Yeah, 1 is there for you to use, which you do aggressively. Does that mean that the student came there intending to have sex with this hot young journalist who's 37? Yeah, like 37 is not that old, but it's still older than a student in university. If you're doing extra credit for a semester, that student is probably somewhere between 18 and 22, something like that, 23, depending on where we are in undergrad. Most likely undergrad. I guess I never went to grad school. I only did undergrad. So I actually don't know if in grad school you could do extra credit. I thought at that point, you were just like writing thesis papers and stuff. I don't know if you do extra credit. Let me know. If you ever went to grad school, let me know if you do extra credit in grad school. I know it's something that you can do in undergrad, but can you do that in grad school? Yeah. But assuming that this is undergrad, This is somebody who's anywhere between 18 and 22, 23. You know, for people who take a break before going to college, which happens. Sometimes people don't go to college right away. So they start college a little later. So that could be a student anywhere in there. Very different numbers, by the way. Him at 37 having sex with a 23-year-old is very different from him at 37 having sex with an 18-year-old, by the way. So we don't know because this is being told to us. So we don't know actually the particulars of this. So one is there for you to use, which is but is that like because that's how Daniel viewed this? Or is this because of the way that the student viewed this? Or is this the way Armand is viewing it? Or is this the way Lestat is viewing this? Because we always have to remember that this scene is not happening on camera. This is not part of the documentary, which means that this is being told to us by Lestat. So Lestat is imagining a scene he was not present for of Armand and Daniel talking about an event in Daniel's life from 1990 that he also was not there for, that he understands Armand was there for, and has interpreted an interaction now, 50 years later. Do you guys see how this framing device is actually making me struggle to understand truth in this season? You see what I'm saying? Like, we have to remember, like, even though I want to take this at face value and that this scene actually happened, there's a part of my mind that always remembers that this is some shit that Lestat is putting on the Failures album, and he's creating a story that leads into the Queen of the Damned. He's creating a narrative. So is this language, one is there for you to use? Is that what the student felt? Is that what Daniel felt? Is that what Armand felt? Or is that what Lestat felt? Which one of them is using this language? Which you do aggressively. So was it actually aggressive? Or is that Lestat interpreting what he knows about Armand, interpreting what he knows about Daniel, interpreting what he believes in the encounter was? Or are we supposed to take this at fully face value? So setting aside the mindfuckiness of this framework that's actually making it very difficult in some ways, setting that aside, let's take this scene at face value. Everything that's happening is exactly what Armand said to Daniel. And it's exactly what Armand believes about this encounter with Daniel. Let's say that, right? Armand is saying this student was there for you to use, which you do aggressively. Does that mean that they had aggressive sex? Or does that mean Daniel raped this student? Does it mean that Daniel started off having sex with this student, which is unethical in a number of ways because of the age gap there? And it's not as bad of a power of him. Like, so he's not his teacher. He doesn't have any material power as a teacher over this student. The only thing he could do, if there was some kind of thing he needed to do in order for this kid to get extra credit, and he either can or cannot do it, maybe, like, if there's an extra thing that he has, like, does he have to give them a signature in order to prove that they were there, or some kind of stamp in order for them to earn extra credit? Or or does Daniel not have to do anything for this student to get extra credit for their class? Hard to say. But let's assume either way, it's still power, the power imbalance of him being an accomplished author who is there for a reading versus this student with no career at all is still there. So it's still automatically dubious and unethical, right? But again, is this just them, having aggressive sex? Or am I supposed to believe that this is actually just full on? Maybe it started off as just sex and it became aggressive in a way that was uncomfortable, or that I don't want to say transformed, but that moved from just slightly unethical, dubious sex into full-on sexual assault.
Use, which you do, aggressively,
very,
in your rental car, in the garage of your Northampton hotel.
Right.
I make sure the boy makes it home.
Now
and
this is the part. This is the part that makes you go like which one way or the other, right? Like, he makes sure the boy gets home. Is that because after this event, like he calls it, Daniel just leaves and goes into his hotel and leaves the kid out on the street? Is the kid in some way unable to get home? Or is Armand just imposing himself? The kid was completely fine, and Armand just, oh, I'm going to get him home. He's certainly not doing it out of the goodness of his heart or anything. So what is actually happening here? Did he, so you have two options. He had really aggressive, rough sex with his student and then just abandoned him. Unethical, terrible, very dubious, right? But he went into his hotel room and just left the kid out on the street. And the kid, probably feeling used, then immediately encounters Armand, who I assume, mind spells him and then takes him home and then erases his mind. Is he erasing his mind because this kid was just raped and could be bringing allegations against Daniel? Or does he erase his mind because this is a Daniel who's married, who has a successful career as a journalist, and he just had rough sex with this male student that he was doing a reading for, and this student could ruin his reputation because he was having an affair, right? Like, both of those things are options. So did he erase his memory of the event because he wanted to protect Daniel's career? Because, hey, it could ruin his career in the 90s. Like, you're having an affair you're at the start of your career and you're having an affair on your wife who's at home, presumably the mother of your child. And it's also with a young boy. His career as a journalist would probably be over. Like, maybe not over yet, but certainly he would struggle to find work after that. Might get fired, etc., etc. He waits until much later to do his tell-all book, but that's way later after he's already retired, right? This is the height of his career, so that could be a career ender, quite frankly. Or is he protecting his career because Daniel just raped this boy? Both of those things could have happened. Both of those things are supported by the language. So it's hard to be, and the problem is that we have this potential victim of this boy, this student. We don't have a name, this nameless student, just like the nameless girl with the bag over her head. We don't actually see these events, and we don't actually experience their POV. We're never going to meet this girl from when he was in high school. Like, we're never going to meet this boy, I don't think. I think it's very unlikely we're going to ever meet this student. So we don't even get to see their POV. Instead, we get to experience how Armand perceives the event, because both of those stories were told to us from Armand observing them in some manner, from when he was reading his mind in San Francisco, and from here when he was present and watching all of this from the bushes, very ambiguous, very dubious situation, and very intentionally vague, I think. And we are meant to draw certain conclusions about Daniel's character. Obviously, we know that he is not a good person. I mean, he's been a piece of shit this whole show, really. But those two are the most piece of shit things that he's done, right? And they both involve a very dubious sexual situation, if not outright assault, with both of them. Although, in my opinion, I would say the language around the girl experience feels a little bit more explicitly sexual assault, whereas this, I think, could go either way. And unfortunately, this one, I was going to say this one is hampered by the framework, but the last one was from Daniel and Louis remembering through Armand's mind control. So that one also was being filtered through a layer of, bias. Them trying to recall, like, memories. But then again, this is Daniel remembering that in San Francisco, whereas this one is Armand telling it to Daniel. But Daniel's reactions are certainly reacting like that shit was true, Yeah. Yeah, very dubious situation. Might be outright sexual assault, might be just dubious sex. Either way, very unethical. Both of those options, very unethical, but not something new that we've learned about Daniel. We know that he is a terrible person who probably is a rapist. And that has been something that has been hinted at before, at the very least dubious. In the season in which we're examining sexual assault in a variety of levels, from incestuous to, what's it called? Oh God, I'm sorry. When it's like a random stranger who, assaults you. That's what happened with Bruce and Claudia, and that's what happened with Magnus and Lestat is versus intimate partner assault versus, these are different levels and different types of assault versus this situation of this dubious, very dubious sexual situation that might have been outright assault or might not have been, depending on which side, I guess, you lever it. And I think both of those things are supported by the text. So, but ultimately, given the context of us knowing about the encounter in San Francisco that was described, I am more inclined to believe that it was a sexual assault. Me personally. That's me personally. Yeah, interesting. But again, all of this is being told to us through Armand, who is saying this to him with his specific agenda and is choosing his words in a certain way and with a specific agenda as well. And then all of that is being told to us by Lestat, who is using this time to wrestle with his own feelings about the various sexual assaults he's experienced. And so is he framing it in a certain way and because of that? Very, very tricky situation, very dubious, and we are never going to circle back around to that. I can tell you that right now. We're never going to get the actual truth from this student or whatever the hell. Like, we're never going to get that. Like, we just have to, as an audience, make a decision of our own. Which, there's value in storytelling like that, where your audience just has to, debate and discuss and come to conclusions on their own, and the show will never tell you, and the movie will never tell you, and the book will never tell you, So, All right. We are 5.5 hours into this recording, so I think I am going to wrap this up. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm done. All right. Let me know what you guys think. Write comments down below. I have been reading. I'm about an episode behind on YouTube. That's not what I mean. I mean that I read the comments on YouTube, but at the time that I record, I can only read the episodes 2 episodes back. So, but I have admit, I know I don't answer you guys as much as you guys want, and I know I'm not interacting with you guys as much. I just don't have time to do a lot of stuff right now. So I haven't been as active in my YouTube comments as I really want to be, but I do see you guys and I do read the comments, and I swear to you guys, I read these comments, right? I read the comments, you guys. I know it's like 2 episodes behind, so I haven't released episode 4 yet on YouTube. So you guys will get that tomorrow, and then hopefully I have time to edit this and render it, since it's a long ass, almost 5.5 hour video. Oh God, I don't know. Rendering this might be trouble because this is a long video. So I'll try my best to get this up, but we'll see. And then next time we have episode 6. So we have 2 more. The penultimate and the finale is left. Oh my God. This season has flown by. I'll save it for the end, I think. I'll save my thoughts about the season as a whole until the end. But yeah. So I'll wrap it up. Let me know what you guys think. And I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Baby, it's whatever. All this ever, but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride it